Hello, hello. Welcome to the live. Today we're going to be talking about controlling your universe. That'll be the topic for today. If anybody has any real life, some paranormal, extraterrestrial, or any spiritual stories they'd like to share, hit the guest request. You can come up and share it if you like. This is a safe space. We don't judge here. I'm just getting set up. I know I'm running late. I've had a very interesting couple of days. Things have been going on. Really life-changing events have been going on here in my life, so I'm trying to deal with that and doing all this at the same time. So please be with me. Not really even set up, but I'm working on it. I'm still gathering things and yeah. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. Great to have you all here. Today we're going to be talking about controlling your universe and how we can do that. And if you want to share a spiritual story, paranormal story, experience, or spiritual experience, hit your guest request and come up if you wouldn't mind hitting likes and shares. It helps the algorithm. Even donations help the algorithm. If you could, I'd be very much blessed and grateful for that, and honored. Hello, Red One. Welcome. I see I'm still trying to set up. I've been running late. I've had a busy couple days here. Hello, Tinker. Great to have you guys here. Hello, Red One. You hear all kinds of things in this live. You might even see some weird things. That comes with the territory. Hello, Vic. I love your clouds, Vic, by the way. Your clouds are very impressive. I like them. I've seen a lot of angels in your clouds, Vic. They inspire me. I wish I could do that. You're very talented there, Vic, with those clouds. I just want to, and I want to say thank you, Vic, for you know, doing your lives and putting out those videos, because they've helped me, you know, see things that I normally wouldn't see myself. You inspired me with that. With seeing your beautiful cloud pictures. And this is a safe space. I'm here to help people if they need help. Guide them down the path that they need to if they need it. I answer questions if anybody need any questions. Hello, hello, welcome to the Dragon's Den. That's what I'm calling this now. Pretty soon, y'all have a new Dragon's Den. It'll be better than this. Only a matter of time. Starting next year, there'll probably be a whole new me. Just working out the details now. Hello, hello, welcome to the live. If you wouldn't mind hitting likes and shares, that'd be great. We're going to be talking about controlling your universe and how you do that. Just waiting for people to show up to the live. If anybody has any spiritual, paranormal, extraterrestrial experiences they'd love to share, feel free to hit the guest request and come up. This is not just my live, it's your live too. You guys make this live go. A lot of people want to call their whatever they do as a show. I'm not a show. I'm not running a carnival. I'm not a TV host. I'm part of the live. This live means that you guys are the heartbeat. You're the energy that flows through this live. So it is what you make it. If you choose to make it a great live, then we'll make it a great live. It's usually a pretty good live, and I post my lives on my YouTube channel. I have I'm pretty sure that I did the last one on YouTube anyway. I don't know, it's been a busy week for me already. A lot of changes in my life. A lot of changes. As life is always changing and always evolving. I just hope I don't know where everyone is. Maybe they forgot that I had a live. They usually show up late anyway. They're always late bloomers. I did post hello Julie. It's great to see you here. Not that everybody else is here. Oh, lovely. Oh, my battery's low. Wow. Let me have to switch headphones. I talked too much today on these. Let me see. I might have to wait for these to charge. So you're gonna have to bear with me. It's been one thing after another today. I've had many things going on today. Try to keep track. Hold on. Hold on, I'm switching headphones. If you don't mind. Give me a second. Please bear with me. Oh, lordy, 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 lordy. Alright, let me connect to these. Can anybody hear me? Thank you for the gift. Yeah, everything's moving energies around. Can anybody hear me? Okay. I had to switch headphones. I used my other ones. I wore my other ones out today. I've been running around doing everything today. And I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. Well, 2 or 3 this morning. I don't even think, I haven't gone to sleep, so, because I have a lot of things to do. But like I said, I'm a man of my word. I'm going to come on and do the live because, you know, I said I was going to do something and I'm going to do it. I stick to my words. It's great to have you all here. You wouldn't mind hitting likes and shares. If you'd like to donate, feel free. Yeah, I'm glad I'm here too. I don't know, Julie, if you heard about my experience 2 Sundays ago. I talked to the creator. And I think I had an NDE because I came back and I'm not the same, and a lot of people, when I tell them my experience, they're like, oh, you had an NDE and I didn't realize I did, and I probably did. Yeah, I've been trying to do that. Everything's just been one thing after another today. It's like chaos. Not chaos in a bad way, it's just been real busy. Yeah. Hopefully I can get some sleep because I gotta be up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh. This whole month's gonna be busy. Oh, welcome, welcome. I've tried to use my sleep machine, but I ran out of water and I don't like using tap water from my machine. My life's been awesome so far in the last 2 weeks. It's just been busy. A little bit of both, actually. I've been getting a lot of visions, premonitions. Been up and down and from space and back again. Real life things. It's like one thing after another. Yeah. It's been total. Oh, I'm happy and grateful. I have big changes coming to my life. I'm chill like a cucumber, bro. As you know, man, if you know me, you know that this is not the same old person you even spoke to a month ago. I'm totally changed. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my sleeping position. Yeah. Soon enough, my surroundings will change into a more peaceful serenity. I can't wait. Can't wait to have a peaceful serenity in my life. Yeah, I'm gonna have, I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but anyway, I'm not gonna be living in this place where I'm living now. I'm gonna go to a different place. And it's gonna be more serenity, more peaceful, more calm. It's gonna be glorious. You know what, Julie, I can't wait. I know as soon as I hit that land, my vibration is going to go through the roof. I already feel it. I know it. I'm not even there yet, and I can feel the energy from there. Hello, River. If I want to hit this guest request, go for this box. You can do that. Please like, please share. If you want to donate, please do that too. Oh, baby, I can feel everything at this point. I've been up since 2, 3 in the morning. I'm on a high right now, not a spiritual high.
Why you been up like that?
Well, I've had a lot of things. You know, I have to deal with something in the real life, and then I had an opportunity for something, so that just totally changed everything. So now I'm like, as somebody once said, I'm going to do a jump, and Aramin knows what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh,
I'm going to do a jump into somewhere, and it's going to give me more peace and serenity. I can't wait.
cool.
I've got that going on, and I'm dealing with some real life things too. Um, and then I've had the spiritual
I don't know
stuff
what you're
coming
talking
at me
about,
too.
but oh, sorry.
Oh, you'll see
I
within a
kicked
month.
ass. I kicked ass so hard today.
What'd you do?
Well, got up, took a shower, got dressed, was ready to go to PT. Saw I had voicemail from them, so I called them to see what's up. They asked if I could come at 4 instead, and it was like, okay, shit, I need to get moving because I need to turn everything I had planned to do today around and do other things first because they
Right.
changed PT to 4. So I went to vote first, and I know a lot of people aren't voting, but I am because as long as I'm here, I want to attain my rights as a woman. So
Well,
I
I
voted.
voted, but I try not to discuss that kind of thing. But yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but so I
No,
did
it's
that.
cool that you said you voted, but
Okay.
I'm
Well,
glad that
anyway,
you voted.
so I went there and I was really scared the line was going to be super long, and it wasn't. Thank God, because I was like, oh
Me
shit, I don't
too.
think I can't stand up that long, you know. And I thought I might have to get my walker out so at least I could sit down in line, because
Yeah.
if it's a 34, I knew people that stood in line for like 2 hours for early voting, and so I was, if it was 2 hours, I'd have to leave and come back anyway. And
Do you know how long mine
so,
took?
no, how long?
Mine took 10 minutes, not even.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't time it, but it wasn't long. And then I had to go get blood work and then get to PT. And there was, like, I was kind of on the wire, but then there must have been an accident on the freeway. And I mean, it usually, it's just that exit I take is just before the turnpike, and people are chomping at the bit. So they're driving
Right.
faster. They're driving about 70, instead of 65 at that spot. And we at one time we came to a complete stop, and I thought, well, I'm really going to be late. But I was only about 10 minutes late, and I called them and said, I'm sorry, but and I stood on a platform on top of a half ball. And let me tell you, that's really hard, especially with we're working really hard on my balance. And so my physical therapist, that made me sweat. That's how hard I have to concentrate on things like that. My physical therapist stood behind me. He didn't, he put his hand on me a couple of times just when he saw me wobbling, but most of the time I could just feel, he wasn't touching me, but I could feel his hand right behind my back ready to grab me if he needed to. And I remember he touched my side a couple of times, just real lightly, because it looked like I might go. And I did great. I'm so proud of myself. So I'm getting
glad.
better. I'm great.
I
So
told you you would.
yeah. And I
All
thought
you have to do
today
is
was
believe.
yeah. And I thought today was really gonna kick my ass. And see, just trips climbing in and out of my Jeep wear me out, because I drive a lifted Jeep and I'm 5 feet tall. And so that I had like 4 trips today, and I'm just getting home. And usually I'm only good for about 3 hours. And I feel like I was out all day long. I wasn't, but it felt like it. And I did great. And I came home and ate a gummy first thing.
Yeah, my whole day has been a freaking
So
trip.
that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
My whole day's been a damn trip.
What'd you do?
Oh,
You want to tell me about it, or are you waiting for more people to show up? Where is everybody? Red one, why don't you
I
come
don't
up?
know.
Going in?
I don't know where everybody is.
Red one, you're 5 feet
What,
tall.
man?
I thought you were tall. She's 5
I
foot
don't know.
also. Hi, Julie.
I've been up since 2 o'clock this morning because this shit all started like yesterday.
Yeah,
Somebody told me, asked me a question, give me an offer for something. It blew me out of the water, and I was trying to. I'm dealing with that because it's like a once in a lifetime offer, And of course, I'm like, I'm thinking of where I'm living, and then I'm thinking of the opportunity that somebody's proposed to me, and I'm like, oh hell, it's way better than what I'm doing right now. I'll tell you that. So I've been dealing with that and trying to pack things up, move stuff around, and then while this is going on, I got a letter from the freaking landlord saying that I have to, that they're gonna do spraying for bugs and I have to clean out the clouds so keep my apartment, have my apartment clean. And I'm thinking, oh God, I can't wait now. I don't have to deal with this no more. But anyway, I'm like, and I've been up for like since 3 o'clock one or 2, trying to clean out the closets because I had to clean out the closets. But then this thing, I read the paper and it didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, they want me to have the closets clean and they want the cabinets, everything pulled out of the cabinets and closets. And they want my apartment clean. Now how in the hell am I supposed to have my apartment clean if you have me pulling everything out of the damn cabinets and closets? That makes no freaking sense to me. But I did it anyway. What it is, what it is. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing I can do. They wanted the freaking closets clean. Your damn closet's clean. I took everything out of the closet, put them up in one corner of the room. So if they're gonna complain about it, they're gonna have to suck it up. Whatever. So I did that, and then I had to go. I went down to the voting. At least that took me 10 minutes. And then here's a cool experience today that talk about synchronicity. This is a trip. I went down into the store and I was like, man, I'm gonna look for a steak. I haven't had one of them in a while, homemade steak. You know what? I want to do that. So I'm like, well, no. I said, I probably don't have enough. It's probably gonna be like $23 or something, right? So I walk over to the counter, right? And what do I see? You had a steak for $7.77. I'm like, are you kidding me? Hey, that's the first one I seen, the first one I'm grabbing. It had my name on it. It said sevens all over it. So I'm like, you know what? 777 can't go wrong. So I'm like, okay. So I went and picked up a bunch of, some groceries, right? And this is the funniest part. I get to the register. The guy rings up, and even the cash register guy says, "What the hell is going on here?" Because we went to the register, right? He rings up the steak. He's like 777. He's like, He scanned the 2 lighters. I needed lighters because the 2 I had died. He scans the 2 lighters. It says it was $3.33. He's looking at me like, what the hell is going on? So then he starts ringing. He rang up the cookies and some candy, and he looks at the total of all that. He goes, "Why 777?" He's like, "What the hell is going on here?" And so when he rang up, he kept seeing numbers. It was either 333. It was either like $3.03, or his sevens were all over the place. 7s and 3s were all up on the receipt. And then when he rang up the whole total bill, it was $77.77. And the guy looked at me and goes, that is synchronicities. He goes, I don't look at numbers, but this has been the weirdest experience ever. I've never seen so much synchronicity. Because you have luck on your side today. I said, apparently. He goes, the universe must be working with you today. I was like, yeah, great. And I'm like, what the heck? And so, I figured I'd get backlash, a lot of backlash, from other stuff, but I didn't get too much. And hopefully people understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, because everybody needs to change in their life, and I've been doing the same repetitive thing for so long. I feel like, I don't know, like I'm stale and stagnant, and I haven't evolved to the way I want to. And when somebody made me that offer, it was like, I need to do it, and it's weird because ever since that came into play, synchronicities have been shooting at me left and right. It's like, I went down to look at the time, like, I was like, man, I gotta get up and I gotta do this and that. Every freaking time today, it's been, it was 11:11, it was 1:11, or 3:33, or 4:44, or 5:55, or you know what I'm saying? It's been like that all day long today. I have no idea what's going on. It's like I'm seeing the same number repetitively, and it's been 1s, 7s, 3s, and 5s, and maybe a couple 4s here and there. But it's been so much synchronicity today. I don't even know what's going on. I was like, the universe must be working with me today. And then I went and grabbed my bracelets, right? And the funny part about this is, I went and grabbed my bracelets. I put them on. I looked down. I have 7 bracelets on each hand. I'm like, what the heck? And I didn't even know how many I was grabbing. I just threw them on. I was like, no, that's enough. I looked down. I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, damn, 7 again. And that's how it's been today. It's been like, I've been so busy doing stuff today. It's just been like, there's so many synchronicities. I feel like, I don't know, it's like a phoenix rising out of the flames, out of the ashes to be reborn. Yeah. And then I sent my roommate down to the store. Oh, this is a bum part. I needed some cigarettes, so I sent my roommate down to the store, and he I asked him, I was like, how much was it? He goes, it was $33.33. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I give up. There's just so many synchronicities. It's like, I don't know. Then I tried playing Pokemon, and you know how it's got the little numbers above the Pokemon. It's been really weird. It's been the same number every time I try to catch one. It was like seven sevens. It was like three sevens, three sixes, or three threes, or fives, or fours. It's always been the same number today. So I'm like, that's what it's been going on today. Synchronicities up the wazoo, like they're trying to give me messages. So that's been my day, synchronicity.
Sounds pretty awesome to me.
Right.
It sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk, so I gotta turn my microphone off so y'all don't hear me grunt and groan.
Anybody else have anything to share? You know, I was honestly thinking about that today. I was seriously thinking about that.
Yesterday, Robin, you know Robin the Oracle.
Yeah,
Were you there?
I was talking to him today.
Okay. In
Yeah.
his live yesterday, were you there in his live yesterday, Brim?
Yes.
Okay. Well, did you hear that group reading he did in the beginning of his live?
No. About
Okay. Well,
the president thing.
yeah,
Yeah, I was there for that.
that.
And you know what's funny
Okay.
about that is
What?
that part about that is everything that he was saying is the same thing that I've been saying
Yeah.
for what about a month or two now.
Okay. So, okay, at the time it didn't affect me too much. But later
Right.
on, all of a sudden, I realized, just all of a sudden I got really upset and realized that I was really scared, you know? And
Uh-huh.
so and I don't feel really scared today, which is really good because I felt really bad. And I went into Pammy's live. I think you might have met Pammy. I'm not sure, Brim.
No,
But it
maybe.
was. I met her. I met her through the New Zealand crowd that I've gotten to know, and I love them. By the way,
Oh, yeah,
they're
the
so
Zealand people.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love them. They are just so awesome, and like their lives are just really awesome.
Yeah,
As
they are.
the energy is just so good. But anyway, I told them it's like I am, I admitted how scared I was, and they walked me through it in such a way that was so wonderful and
Right.
non-judgmental, and you know, it's like it's impossible for me to live this human life and not be affected by it.
Mm-hmm.
At least at this point in my life. On a normal day, I can shine my light really bright and be in a good mood and lift other people up. But the stress, especially after hearing his reading, I just
Right.
kind of freaked out. And I was spiraling, and I had a good cry. They lifted me up, they started singing happy songs to me, just lifting me up out of it in such cool ways. And then I went
Right.
outside and I looked to the universe and I leaned back with my heart to the sky and my arms spread and I said, I'm releasing my fear. Please take it out of me.
Yeah.
And I went back in the house. So
You know,
that's,
and that
that's
was
what,
that. And remember when he said when he seen the 11? I said something about the 11-7. You
yeah,
see,
that was
remember what he
part of
said
that
was that?
fear too. That all that just sent me spiraling. It really
But
did.
you gotta think though, dear. Oh yeah, hello, Kai, and how are you today? Um, you gotta think though. You I vote counts, but it's gonna happen the way the universe puts it. We have our free will and we have those choices, but sometimes things just don't happen the way we want them, and we have to roll with the punches. And don't think of it as a negative thing, because if you think about a negative thing and you have that fear all the time, it's just gonna bring you down. Even if the person you didn't want to win wins, you're gonna turn into a positive. You gotta look at it like maybe it's meant to happen. Maybe this is part of the human experience. Every obstacle is there for a lesson for us to learn. And every thing like that is kind of like a stepping stone. It brings us all, like you said, it brings us closer into a more peaceful resolution and what we need to do. It gives us a better understanding how we can apply these things to our lives and learn to live with these things and how to help others.
Hello. I actually have something to say
Oh,
to you today regarding
Hi,
it.
honey. I'm happy to see you. I'll be quiet and listen to you.
Hi, beautiful. I'm going to give you an example of something, okay? You know about the devastating storms that came through Western North Carolina, correct? And how it destroyed a lot of things, the floods, everything. Okay. The property I have, we have a small river, creek, and a natural pond. So everybody was freaking out. Everybody was worried about this, worried about that, and a lot of destruction happened. I myself did not fear it. I'm like, I'm above this. I'm not going to fear it. I'm not worried about it. I'm just going to live my life. We had neighbors that had floods up to their deadbolts. Okay? Homes destroyed, trees fallen, mudslides, rock slides in these mountains everywhere.
even the roads were destroyed, weren't they?
The roads were destroyed all around me. But
How
you know
long will those
what?
roads take to
My
rebuild?
dad, well, 40 is going to take till 2000, between 2025 and 2028.
Now, see
My
see how much
deck,
destruction that is.
my deck is not even 10 feet from the Creek River. And it came all the way up to the grass line. Okay? I did not flood. I had no trees down. The only thing that happened here on my property was a power loss. But I had a generator, a whole house generator, and I have Starlink. So everywhere around me, homes were destroyed, trees and rocks fallen, mudslides, neighbors flooded. I did not flood. Nothing was destroyed on my property. Do you know why? Are you there? Susan? Susan?
Can the teacher
I'm
answer?
here.
Do you know why?
My mouth was full, and so I cried
Do you know why?
because you had no fear. You didn't. You
What
weren't.
else?
I
It
had no
wasn't. It
fear.
wasn't happening in your world.
Right. My frequency, and I kept my frequency and my vibrations up.
Yep.
And I've actually pulled myself up to other, like where I'm straddling dimensions.
Wow.
And because I believe wholeheartedly that I'm not afraid of this and it's not going to harm me. It did
That's
not.
good. Well,
So
I
you know-
cried it out.
And you can
Hold
use
on.
that.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
But my point is, you can use that. You can use that in anything within your life. So, if the
And
most
you know what you
evilest
did?
person doing
Do
destruction,
you know what you did?
you can make it so it don't affect you good.
Do you know what
What?
you did?
Are you
You
talking to
manifested
me?
it.
Me?
Yeah. You manifested it. It wasn't going to happen to you, and it didn't. There. You manifested something.
Right.
That's why when you said about
wasn't-
20 minutes
wasn't-
ago you were not manifesting, and I'm like, you don't realize you
you
manifested
mean
lots
you're
of
the last-
things. Huh?
Well, then you don't realize I'm manifesting it, but
Yes,
the point
you
was I
are.
didn't fear it. I wasn't worried about
Exactly.
it, and it wasn't going to affect me. And that's I have wholeheartedly intended to believe that. And not even a half a mile down the road, you know, the same river messed up somebody else's house. So I want you to think about that, and don't let that fear paralyze you, because you can change it. You don't have to fear that. Even if terrible, evil things are happening around you, you can protect yourself from not letting it into your life. It's like
And
you
you
can
know what
see it
else?
happening, but it's like it's not real. It's not real for you.
And you know what else that was?
What? Go
You know
ahead.
what that was also a sign of?
I
You were divinely protected.
I'm sorry. I just want. What?
She was divinely protected. That's why she didn't have
But
no
you
problem.
have the
Yes,
power
she
to
was.
do that.
I'm. I haven't had anything to eat all day because I was. Right, and I know that, but yesterday happened, and I got pulled out of it, and I gave it out, and anyway, I haven't eaten anything all day, so I'm eating some nachos. So I'm gonna turn my microphone off so I don't talk with my mouth full. Okay.
Okay.
And you know how I feel about all this stuff. You and I have discussed it. I've shared that part of my story for you. But I am not going to let it affect me. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not going to let the evil in this world stop me from living my life. I'm not going to do
Exactly.
it. And you need to do that. You need to do that. Everybody needs to do that. Because if we all start doing that same thing, eventually, how's that evil going to affect anybody?
And it won't affect me the most.
I guess that kind of goes with the theme of this life, you know, controlling your universe. That's kind of, I guess, what we're talking about. You're controlling your life and everything around you. And if everybody started doing things like that, if everybody in this area could have done that, there would have been no destruction here.
And that's what happened with that hurricane. A lot of people were believing that it was not, and they wanted it to calm down and not cause a ruckus. It was supposed to be a Category 7. It got totally wiped out because a lot of people were manifesting it not to happen. And and even the meteorologists were like, I don't understand this. It was supposed to be like this huge hurricane tornado thing, and the thing just disappeared. It was dark down to like a tropical storm,
And two, dear, if
and
you
that's the
ever get
power of
that much,
humanity.
if you ever get that much fear in you, you know you can contact me. I will help you. I will help you with it. Okay? Don't let
Yes.
fear paralyze you.
Thank you.
Don't let it happen.
I didn't. I got help right away.
Okay.
I got help right away.
And we're
If
all
you
here to
can't,
help each other. That's a family, and that's what a collective does.
right.
We can't help you
Right.
if you never say anything.
Right. Well, I mean, the first friends I ran into, I got help. Oh,
That's wonderful. But if you
I
ever
had, I think I invited Honey. She was there too. Thank you, Sonia. And
you're welcome, sweetie.
I love
But
you.
no, I'm here for you, okay? No, I'm here
Yes,
for
thank
you.
you. You're gonna make me cry.
And
I love you. My lady who took my blood today gave me a hug, and I was like, "Oh, thank you so much for that hug." I can't remember the last time I had one.
I'm gonna give somebody a bear hug.
But I think, this world's about ready to go through some major changes.
It is.
And, a lot of fear mongering going on. And there are going to be very destructive things happening. And I've been thinking there's something wrong with me because I don't fear it. I actually, and I'll be honest, and y'all probably think I'm nuts or think I'm a terrible person, but I'm actually quite giddy about it. And I know that sounds messed up, but when I think about why do I feel, it's like I can't control that feeling. And I think it's because there's something inside me that knows that this is part of the path, this is part of the process. This stuff has to happen. We have to go through all this stuff to get home. And I always keep in mind that every soul on this earth has a contract. Because in this area, a lot of people, they're, I can't say, what was it? Unalive in this area.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I stop and think about it, and it's been difficult because I'm a very strong empath and I can feel the pain. I don't just feel emotional pain, I can feel people's physical pain. So a lot of times I leave these lives because, there's a lot of healing going on in different things, and I have to be careful with physical things because I've actually gotten deathly ill with subconscious, unconsciously, how healing without realize I was healing because I felt so much love for that person. But those people, those souls, that was part of their contract. We're in unprecedented times, and a lot of this is going to happen. And some are going home early to prepare for things that happen when we have to come back. Does that make sense? Am I explaining this right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Okay,
I think so.
Okay.
I am having kind of a
What is
hard
going
time
on?
hearing a little bit, but I think I understood you. And
Okay, like perfect example. Another thing I can give. I
should tell you, Sonia, because of the busy day and physical therapy and how I was feeling, instead of taking a narcotic, I ate a gummy.
Okay, so
Oh, no.
we're gonna play with high. You were so funny the other night.
I'm
Oh my
saving
goodness.
because I knew if I took all my meds right now, I'd go to sleep, and I don't want to sleep yet. I don't know. why I didn't think a gummy would make me easy to pay attention.
So, and I can give you some more example. I'm an animal lover. I mean, you're talking to a woman. I mean, I had 2 dogs and a couple cats, and I feed huge ass rats and possums. I take them in and I make sure they're healthy. And I mean, I'm like, animals come to me like crazy. So, but I mean, if you guys been on my page, you've seen the
If I was
videos
a
of the
dog,
dog.
I swear, Sonia, I think I had to have been a dog or a wolf or a coyote before. Was I, Brim?
You were a bunny.
Well, I know that. But was I a dog or any kind of canine? Why do I have? I mean, it seems like there has to be, or I've just always had a strong connection to them from through all my lives, or what?
You're a little wolf.
I was a wolf.
Yeah.
Okay, and I walked with a wolf in one life, right?
Yes.
Okay, what color
You were a
wolf?
black and white wolf.
Cool. Well, maybe that's why
You were black and white with blue eyes.
I was pretty, huh?
Yeah.
I
You were pretty.
that helps. I think that helps explain. Well, I don't know. Never mind. But I'm sorry, Sonia. I completely interrupted you.
That's okay.
I was going to say if I was a dog, I'd come to you.
So, I had a Presa Canario, a Cane Corso, and then I had a little black cat. My Presa Canario, her name was Tamsin, and her soul was an earth dragon. She's a red earth dragon. My Presa Canario, or my Cane Corso, he's got a human soul. And my cat was Lyran. Is I can never pronounce it, but it's like the tigrin species.
Tigrin.
So tigrin. So Tamsin, my dragon, a couple months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, she passed away unexpectedly. Like she was only 4 years old. The month prior, no health brought, and then just within hours, she was gone. But she came back. She came back and tore up my porch in her dragon form. And now she's nesting about a mile away from my house. So that was crazy. And so she obviously has a purpose. So she was so young, I got the impression that from her when she came back, she's got things that she did. And I was up on
You know what I was just thinking?
the form.
Maybe she
Huh?
nested close by. Maybe she was nesting close by because there's a dragon guardian around that yard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And today I lost my cat. He was doing fine, and within minutes, less than an hour, he went from fine to death. And then we discovered he left his soul, or he left his soul before he died, I felt that his soul left his body like seconds before he died. Okay, I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but the screen went black. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And he left because he has to go and help and protect the little girl. And I actually think I know which little girl he's going to protect in a really bad situation. And so, yes, it hurts, and I cried and everything. But in my heart, I know that that child needs him more than I do. So, in the same aspect, some people, it is hard to lose the ones we love, whether they're a human or some other being or an animal. But there's always a reason for it. That's more of a spiritual reason, not because of some other idiot doing something stupid. And so I
When
try to always look at it that way.
when that cat passed,
But
because she asked me about the cat, and in the minute she asked me, I seen what happened. He was, and I told somebody that she knows about this too, that he only stayed
you can
around.
say it. Yeah.
He stayed around. He only stayed around because it wasn't for the time for him to go to that person yet. So he lingered around just long enough as certain things were falling into place. He knew his
Oh, I
time
know
was
what you're
up,
talking about.
so he tried to go outside and find his own place because he didn't want anybody to weep over him. But that didn't happen like that. But when he passed, the minute he passed, he went out of this life and went right into another. He didn't even, there was no pause, no break. He went straight through. Like the minute that, you know, when you pass, some people say that bright light. Well, when he seen that bright light, he was coming out of a female cat or whoever he was in the next life. Could have been a dog, could have been a cat, could even be a human. But when he went through, and he's in a new life already. And that was within, right after she told me I seen it. So he didn't spend no time. He just went in from one went to another, which is beautiful because he was going to help a little girl. Is that sum it up for you,
Yeah.
dearie?
My
And
dear,
he's actually that cat. Well, that cat bonded to my husband. And I was holding, and it's funny because we were rushing to the vet's office, and I was holding him, and he started like this weird growl sound. I've never heard this sound come out of this cat before. And I said,
wow.
pull over. I said, pull over. And I knew the minute he did that, I said, pull over. I got to drive. You got to hold him. He's, you know. And so we switched places and he took the cat. And the minute he took and held him, calmed right down. His breathing got better, but he started to. And then about 10, 15 minutes later, he passed on the way to the vet's office. So, but he was bonded to him for a reason, and I'm pretty sure I know the reasons behind that, which I won't share because that's his personal thing. But
I'm having a real hard time hearing you.
I
I
know
don't
I
know
have
if,
a terrible connection tonight. I can't even stream on my TV tonight for some reason, but
I hear you better now.
it's because I'm holding the phone right up to my mic. But you know, as soon as because they were a bonded pair, that cat bonded with him like there was some kind of soul bond. And as soon as the cat was growling, and like making these weird noises, and so we switched places. And as soon as he took me, he calmed right down. His breathing got better, and he purred. He was actually purring when he died.
Oh, that's awesome.
So,
Give me a
I
sec.
mean,
I gotta try to get a comfortable position. Give me a second.
but I mean, and I should have said on the live, sorry, but really, it was just his meat suit, or sorry, our area, his husk. His husk passed away, but he did not. He's eternal, and that's the way I look at it. I used to have a lot of fear of what was going on in this world, worried about my kids and my grandkids, and I was like doing all this prepper stuff, and then I was like looking for property where I could bring them all in one area and we could all, be together and help protect each other. But I had to get past that. And now I'm no longer worried. Do I want anything bad to happen to her? Absolutely not. But if it
Right.
does, I've gotten to the point now where I'll know things, I can communicate things, and you all have that ability too. You have that ability where, you can connect with a loved one,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Well, I know they hear me. It's just me having a hard time hearing them.
Yeah, and I don't know if I might have shared this. I think I might have shared this before. A really, really good friend of mine was struggling with her mother's passing.
Yeah.
Well, I found out she was Palladium.
Oh, cool.
And she's actually alive and well on a ship
Wow.
up above us in her
Boy, that
Palladium.
would have, if my mother, my mother passed from COVID, and if she went on a spaceship, I didn't even think of that.
Yep,
That would
and you
have
know what?
blown her mind.
Like 3 weeks
Mine's
later, her and
blown,
her
don't
sister
worry.
went to her mind was blown too, because about 3 weeks later, she says, "Well, my sister and I
I
are
can't.
getting ready to go."
My sound.
She says, "My sister and I are getting ready to go to Mom's grave to put flowers on it." Like 3 weeks after that, and the minute she said that, I said, "Your mom's gonna visit.
Yeah.
Gonna visit with orbs. There's gonna be orbs around you, and she's gonna come and see you. And she's alive and well on the ship, but the Palladians will use orbs." And she's like, "Okay, it's like she believed me, but she had a lot of doubts." So she calls me up. She video calls me, and she's like, "Oh my God, there's orbs here. There's orbs here."
You know what?
And she was so excited. I said, "That's your mom." And so she started
know-
talking to her.
Did you see my
Hello,
kitty
Michael.
sitting video? And then an orb through, and then I thought, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if my mother were here, because my daughter was my mother's favorite person for as far as I know, and she loved kittens. And so here, Emily's house with kittens, yeah, I could see my mother being there, but it didn't. So when the orb went through, when actually it was, Araman, is that his new name? He pointed out the orb, and then was like, oh yeah, there's an orb. So
Okay.
it didn't occur to me it could be a Palladian orb.
Your mother is on the
Lillian,
ship.
Mine?
Yes.
What kind of ship?
An Anunnaki ship.
Huh.
Lillian,
Well,
you could ask Brill.
Yeah, Lillian.
What?
Lillian had a
she's
question, and she can ask Brim, but something in me tells me, Lillian, that it's a good thing you didn't go, honey.
What happened?
Can you? They told me last night. I happened to go into April's live to find out that she said a bunch of us were taken astrally onto one of their ships for a real big meeting, and there were a lot of humans there. And she said that Yaya, Honey, and I were amongst the ones that went. I have
Something in me
no
tells me Lillian-
recollection. What'd you say, Sonia?
I think it's a good thing Lillian didn't go. And I don't know why, but it's a good thing that she didn't go.
Well, is it a bad thing that I think she said Red One went also. She said me, Honey, I believe Red One, Yaya, and Sue. I don't know if you know all the people that and I
Yeah,
can't
I know
remember.
some, and I'm a little concerned about it, but I probably really shouldn't do that conversation. Maybe
What?
it depends on what ship it was.
Well, it would have
Oh, I knew what it
been.
was.
Please don't tell me it was Ashtar Command ship. Please don't tell me that.
Well, yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Nobody asked my permission, though.
And
Yeah.
again,
That doesn't surprise me.
and
That doesn't
again,
surprise
that's
me.
going back to what I said before.
That's
I
wrong.
know. I don't.
Okay. Whether it's that ship or any ship, if they are good guys, they have to ask your permission. If they take you without asking your permission, that's wrong, and there's
Yeah.
something not right going on.
So,
That makes
No,
sense. So you had to give your permission to go. Actually, if they're
so
forcing you
could.
actually to go to some meeting, that's wrong without asking your permission.
it is. And
That's kind of what I thought.
every encounter I've ever had, and I've had hundreds, I was always asked. There was times where I was taken, yes, but every time Area comes down here and takes me up, or Epi, they ask me to if I want to go. Oh, I'm ready. I've never been taken, to my knowledge, without being asked. They've always asked.
So, I don't know when it was, and
Okay.
and I
But
tried to
I'm
anybody,
find
sorry, I'm
out,
not
and I
trying to
couldn't
be
get an
rude, but
answer.
I need to say something really quick.
Okay.
To Lillian, honey, don't you ever say you felt hurt because you weren't good enough yet. Don't you ever think that ever, because there ain't no such thing of you not being good enough yet. Okay?
you weren't on there.
Because
I can
that
tell
does
you
not
why.
have.
You know why you weren't on there, Lillian? Because you're not meant to be on there. You have another destiny.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting, but the fact that she felt she wasn't good enough, I had to say something about that, because
No, I agree.
don't ever think about yourself. Don't ever
You're all
think that
good
about
enough.
yourself, dear.
I am really sorry to hear that, Lillian. I think I am one of the few people in her chat that isn't in a hurry to get on a spaceship. You know? I mean, I'm
And
in a hurry for my new Earth, but I don't feel the need to be on a spaceship.
I don't know, but it seems
Mhm.
fishy to me, and that goes along with what I said earlier in the other previous lives. What I said that that there's two sides to every coin, and Ashtar Command does not take people on their ships. Only the only Federation is the Galactic Federation. They do that. Ashtar Command, and I don't
Actually, the
care.
Galactic Federation of Worlds. The Galactic
Yes.
Federation of.
I didn't specifically ask if it was Ashtar Command. I just assumed that because that's pretty much all she talks about.
Ashtar Command is not allowed to take people up in the ships. And that's
And also,
been confirmed by many spiritual people. I'm not the only one saying that, and if you don't want to believe that, then feel free to look on YouTube and look up other spiritual people. They will tell you about Ashtar
Yeah,
Command and what they are. But
and
no
I'm not
being is
agreeing
supposed to
with
take you without permission.
Okay.
I wouldn't. And I'm telling you, and I'm going to tell you my side of this. And I was
What
like,
concerns
I was
me
like
is I thought I had good protections, and that means my protections weren't good if somebody could take me astrally somewhere.
Exactly.
Because my, you know, the only thing that's supposed to be able to come in is for my highest and greatest good.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So
But they're supposed to have
YouTube read one.
you have to give permission. So you need to
I'll
find
give
out
you
if
a name
they.
of a good lady. Hold on. Let me. I'll find this
So,
lady and I'll tell everybody. I'll even show you her page actually.
okay, well, you're looking for that. I'm going to tell my side of it. And this is before. This has been for years. This isn't just recent for me. I've been searching for things and different things my entire life because I'm 53 years old. I've known about extraterrestrials and all that stuff.
yeah,
I was adopted at 3. I've been face to face with them as a child and as an adult.
right.
And so I have been searching and researching for years. And the one thing I came out with myself was, and like I said, I'm like a walking lie detector.
Yeah,
And anything about Ashtar Command blew up red flags for me, and I wouldn't have anything to do with it. Do I know? All I know
Thank
in my
you.
heart, and not what anybody else has told me, because I'm at a point where I don't listen to a lot of.
yeah.
Um,
I
I
couldn't hear.
listen to what I said. I don't listen to
Thank you so
everybody else
much.
bullshit. I listen to what my instinct, my higher self shows me. And
Right.
it says, stay the hell away from Ashtar Command. That's what it tells me.
Okay.
And that they have some kind of agenda that has something
Now,
to do with the government. I don't know that for sure. I can't give you proof. I can't give you receipts. I'm just telling you what my personal higher self tells me.
Yeah.
and this is what I get when I talk to mine. They banned me from going on them ships. They yelled at me twice because I went on their ships. They said, "Don't you ever go on them ships." Why would a celestial council of divine beings, the divine order, and the Emerald Order yell at me and tell me never to go on them ships? Or even the Palladian, even Area was like, "Don't ever go on them ships." Now look right here. You see this lady right here? A lot of what I've
Yeah.
said, she
Hmm.
comes up before me. I say the stuff, she posts videos about it.
Oh, she's been
She
on
has a
ships.
web page. Yes, she has a web page.
Yeah.
She's one of the people, and I've just started. And the only reason why I followed her is because somebody
She's
said that
actually. Go
that
ahead, sir.
I had posted I had said something on my live, right? About a day later,
Yeah.
she posted. She said it on her video and live. Exactly what I said, but she worded it differently. But it was the same thing. She knows a lot about the Ashtar, and she channels a lot of different beings. Look up her name, and I think she has a web page too, and you'll find a
Yeah.
lot of information.
All right. Well,
She's actually physically been on
will
many,
you
Yes.
and
So if you
and
want, can you
uh,
screenshot
will
that?
you send me?
I'll
I
send you
can't.
the.
Can you send me the Bram? You can send it through Messenger to me,
Yeah,
please.
it's Elena
Okay.
Bland. But
Thank
another thing
you.
about her that I learned, which was pretty cool, is she's actually physically been to Antarctica too, and she had been to like there was a meeting there between um, the Galactic Federation of Worlds and some other extraterrestrials that weren't part of that federation. And they have meetings in Antarctica, and she's actually been involved in them.
Me too. The Council of 12.
You know, and she's been dealing with this kind of like me, but a whole higher level of herself her entire life, and she's met extraterrestrials that people don't even know about. You know, I can't remember. It starts with an
Yeah.
N. And it was funny because the one that I'm talking about starts Nugatox or something like that. I can't remember how it was pronounced, but it starts with an N. And they actually came to Earth like in 89, back in the late 80s, or late 80s, like 88, 89.
Yeah.
They're mostly benevolent. They're not aggressive, but they're badass. And they're like they're like scientists. And they look like, you've seen the movie Independence Day. And it's
Yeah.
funny because we was talking about it, and we were talking about it, and the movie came out like 2 or 3 years after they visited, and they look like the Queen in Independence Day. They look very similar to what that Queen looked like, but they are not. They are not aggressive. They're not.
Okay,
You know.
everybody that wants information, take a screenshot.
Oh, I see her name. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Let me get it. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else taking a screenshot?
Yes, sir. Yes, he did.
And it's funny because a lot of what I'm saying, and I
You hear
really
me?
thought about, I feel a little bit, yeah, I felt a little bit honored that I spoke about one topic and about a whole mess of things within one live, and exactly one day later, she did a live on it. Because Max showed me that. He goes, she just talked about the same thing you just talked about the day before. I was like, holy crap. I was like, yeah.
Yep.
And Honey has that experience because
And the Queen,
Bashir and the other ones are doing that too.
Right. You know, I've been following Crime
Okay.
since 2000. And
I got some stuff to say about Bashir though,
well,
and
I know, but
but
I've been
Yeah,
following
it's stuff like
Cryon since 2000. And he's been saying, just follow the God source. Be in spirit. Look within yourself, you know? And it's only been recently that he has begun to speak of some of the things that have been divinely put into place to cause everything that's going on within the world. And I heard you talking, you know, Sonia, and I feel the same way. A lot of people think I'm cold hearted because they're like, but what about all the babies and this and that? And I keep telling them that they may be a baby form, but they're not a baby soul. They came here to do a job. They knew what they were coming to do. They knew how long it was going to last and what they were going to go through. And then they go on and do another job later. But the other thing is I've been following all the Pleiadian channels on YouTube for I don't even know how long, since I started watching YouTubes all the time. Years ago. Years. And they've always said the same things. The same things. We cannot interfere. We're here to help. We're here to watch. We love you. We want to help you grow. We're proud of you that you've made it to this point. We didn't know if you were going to make it, but you did, and now we're going to help you. But we're not going to save you from anything.
right, we have to save ourselves.
Right.
But
And the
another
funniest
thing
part
people
about all
realize
this,
is
and the funny part about all this is, Honey will tell you, and I think Sonia will tell you that everything I know, I don't even look up. I get from them, and it's actually confirmed because
Yes.
all the other channels are saying the same thing I'm saying,
Yes.
and I don't even watch them.
Yes. I tell you that
It's-
all the
it's
time.
funny.
And I watch them and I read their books. I get their books in the mail. And I follow the channels. I follow Next Level Soul podcast. I know all of the channelers and they're all saying the same things. And you say the same things they do. So I know what you're saying is true.
I watched that Next Level Soul too.
Now, you're not always
And,
exactly right, exactly the same, but I think that that's because the collectives that come through, they're filtered through everybody's personality. You know, I mean,
Right.
there's
Yeah.
no way that they're going to say
Yeah.
the exact same thing because it's all going to be filtered through the personality of the person who's channeling. And it's like
And
Susan
that's
Lynn, she says
also it's
that
their point of view.
of course, and but like Susan Lynn says, it's up to the channeler to decide how much of their personality that they inject and how much they keep out. And she chooses how much she wants to interject her own opinions into what the guides are telling her. So she'll tell you it's 40% me, 60% them. She's very upfront about it. And she'll tell you every channeler has that choice. And even if they say they don't, they will inject their own personality into it because how can you not?
Why did you say people think you're cold-hearted?
Because, you know,
Because we don't get all upset over people dying.
right.
I
And
don't
like,
either.
you know, and that went with my profession. I didn't cry and get all, I mean, I did cry for the family or console the family or whatever and be sad in cases. But when people are talking to me about why aren't you caring about all the stuff going on in the world, you know, the things we can't talk about on here. But I tell them these souls know what they came here to do. They appear as a baby. They are appearing in a life as a baby, but their soul
But they're not
is
baby.
not a baby. You know, they asked to do that job. They requested. Nobody forced them to come in
Right.
to be a baby in a place where people aren't getting along, and you know go through the things that some of these little babies and children and young people are going through. They didn't. I mean, they knew what they were doing, and there was one
The
guy.
baby that I lost at 4 months in utero
Well, they
was
sometimes
his soul,
do that. They
was his
sometimes
soul in the
sometimes the
body by
soul.
then. I can't
Sometimes,
remember how old at what age the soul comes in.
well, and from all of my research and readings and indies and channelers and the whatevers, a soul decides. Sometimes they
Well,
come in to make an
oh,
imprint. They only want
okay.
an imprint, and then they're gone. And then sometimes they come
So,
in as a lesson for the mom or the dad or the family, and then they're gone. And then sometimes they are in and out during the, you know, cooking process. They come in, they leave, they come in, they leave. And then, you know, some will come in and stay for the whole 9 months, and some will just come in and out.
Sonia lost,
And then some only come
Sonia,
in at the very last minute, right in time to take the first breath, you know?
Lost a baby the same as me at the same gestation, and he's
Reincarnated. He's 17 now.
and yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is a soul does what a soul does for its own purposes. If
Yeah.
it is for their learning experience, or if it's for the family or the mom or the dad or the whatever, or sometimes they just come in to get an imprint of the
So,
genetics because they
did
need
he
it
and
for
I
another assignment.
agree to that prior?
Do what?
Did he and I agree to those lessons?
I sometimes, you know, sometimes that's what happens is the whole the whole group sits together and they say, okay, you be the dad, you be the mom, I'll be the kid, and I'll come in and we'll do this and we'll do that, and you know, and that's how it all works. Or I'll come in when you're 17 and we'll get married and we'll you know, we'll make each other miserable and then we'll part after we've grown. And you know, there's all sorts of plans. There's all sorts of
Right.
plans that go on
Doesn't
that
that sound like
we don't
fun? We'll get
remember.
together and make each other miserable.
Well,
And
you
I,
know,
Yeah.
I have a, Yeah.
We're here to learn. We're here
Yeah, I
to
know.
learn,
I know.
you know,
Oh,
and
God.
Like,
Hold on. I, I, hold on. Well, you can talk. I just have to.
but that's why I was saying there's people that are calling me cold hearted because when they're talking to me about all the reasons why they're so indignant about all the atrocities that are going on in the world and have a conscience and you're so cold hearted and it's like no, it's the soul makes that decision to do what it does. And what is happening now is happening to make us wake up, to make
right, it's all part of the
come
plan.
alive. We've waited. We've been dead for such a long time in our
Alive.
thoughts, in our conscience, and our everything. So,
And you know,
we had to have a catalyst, and this
right, and as we say, you
catalyst.
gotta have, and that's part of the awakening process.
Yes.
I didn't go through this because it was different for me, but all the adults that have been waking up as adults, something catastrophic in their life happened to wake them up.
Yes, someone they
this
lost
process.
someone. They had a big, divorce or something in their life. The big job blow up. Or
Something emotional.
Or the
something
NDE.
in their life happened.
Yeah.
That caused them. Now mine was a very slow awakening. I've been waking up a little bit at a time for a very long
You need to wake
time.
up faster,
I was
Logan.
like 7. And it
You
was
need to wake
because
up faster.
I had an NDE at 7, a minor one, but it was still an NDE enough that I remembered it. And I began then to question and question and question. And I just grew up questioning everything anybody ever told me and trying to read and explore every single thing I could ever find on the subject. And as I learned more and more and more and became more involved, the more I learned, the more it started to hit me. And when I was in my 40s, when it was hitting me hard, I was struggling with it. And I asked them then, can you slow it down? Because I
Are
got
you in the kitchen?
there's so much going on in my life right now. I want to pay attention to this, but I can't be miserable every day. Slow it down a little bit, and I'll catch up. And so they did.
Honey, are you
What?
near a counter?
And what?
Are you near a counter?
No, I'm outside by the patio table.
Huh.
Why?
I know I see the table. Because there's somebody watching you right now.
Like a person or a spirit person?
A big furry person.
Or what?
Big furry person.
Oh, you got yourself a Sasquatch.
Yes, I have several. I'm in my
He's looking
backyard.
at you. He's big and he's got yellow fur. He's standing right beside the tree.
Yes, he loves this one tree here. There's a pecan tree and an acorn tree, and he stands
I'm
between.
getting peanut M&Ms.
He stole them. And I've been leaving his beef jerky out here, but he's too lazy to open it. I keep telling him I'm not going to open it for him because then the cats will get it.
Oh,
It's peanut M&Ms.
does he ever communicate with you telepathically?
I can't hear them, Sonia, but I can feel them. I always feel them. And I feel the fairies. When I ask them, it's like the other night I asked them, I said, I see you all around me. Can I feel you? And they're like, heck yeah. And they were all over me. It was like I was covered in bugs. They were all
He's saying, right now he's saying peanut M&Ms.
Well, he stole them off the table. I left him peanut butter pretzels, and I left him jerky, and I left him cookies.
Well,
He
now
likes the
he's
yellow
telling you
ones.
what you want.
He
Now
likes
he's
the
telling you
yellow-
what you want.
The
Okay,
yellow
I'll-
and blue ones.
Okay, I'll bring him some more. I leave them things out here all the time. But I can't open everything because then the cats and the raccoons and the possums would literally be all over the place, you know?
Yes.
So I have told them if they want them, they can have them, but they have to open them.
What if you put them like in like a,
I did.
like some of those disposable Tupperware dishes or something that you can buy for a buck, like at Dollar General or something,
Yes, I do.
where it's not in the bag. It's that, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
So, and another thing I want to touch base on,
I
especially
can't put it in the mail.
because we got these things too. Like everybody talks about Lyrans and Pleiadians and Arcturians, all. But the thing they don't realize is there's a ton of different types of extraterrestrials out there. It's thousands of different species.
There's millions.
And nobody ever talks about them. Yeah, millions.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, Cryon
But the
says
one thing I
they've
do wanna
always
touch-
been there and that they've lived here with us for
Mhm.
years, decades, and more. I mean, he says
Yeah,
they
there's-
have lived here with us
and
forever.
they're not really extraterrestrials.
Right.
No?
Yeah, and you don't really call them extraterrestrials because they were some of them on this earth before we were.
Right.
But
You want me to tell you
the
something
thing
that
about
you probably
Bashar I
already
want
know?
to talk about.
You know the octopuses?
Yeah. The
This is why-
Yeah,
octopus.
they're
This is why I won't eat
They're
an
beings.
octopus.
and so are dolphins.
Yes, the octopus. When I went up there,
Dolphins are.
I seen an octopus, and he said his brothers are on Earth. And his brothers and sisters on Earth. That's why I will never eat an octopus or a squid.
Dolphins too.
Yeah.
But I wanted to touch base on the Bashar thing, and then I'll talk about why. And a lot of what he says is true, so I'm not saying he's anything other. But you have like the Greys and the Zetas. Okay, they've been taking people and doing all these interbreedings, trying to save their races and all this kind of stuff. And I actually know a girl that personally, where her baby was taken. And they actually ended up taking her up on the ship to meet him when he was 4. That was a hybrid. And they've been doing these hybrids for years.
Yeah.
And there's actually 7 generations. But the thing that people don't realize when they're talking to Bashar is you've got the originals like the Zetas and the Greys. And then you've got, I can't remember what the first, and you've got the Sasani and the Yael. There's like 7 different generations where they've given them different names, where the Yaels look almost like exactly like us.
Right.
But people don't stop to think, okay, Bashar is Sasani.
Right.
The Sasani are a part of all these abductions and breeding programs.
Yes, and it was a governmental agreement that they made,
Mhm. But
in
these,
exchange
but
for
these-
information.
So Bashar is part of that group?
Yes.
Wow.
And they don't
That's why
stop to
Thomas
think
doesn't
that
like him.
That's
they
why.
don't,
Who
they
did
don't
you?
stop to, they don't stop to think that these abductions weren't, these people were abducted against their will.
Right.
And the Sasani are a part of that.
And
They
and
are like a-
they
they are
made
like
their
a third
lives
generation.
horrific.
They're
But
like
he
a
won't.
third. They're like a third generation of that started.
And so they argue that they, just like we as Americans do, argue that we can't be, you can't reflect what our ancestors did. You know,
Right.
these were people that in our past that did these things.
Yeah, and
We're not part of that. We don't want to do that. That's what Cryon
Yeah.
said.
Yes, but in the same aspect, I call, and no offense to you, honey, I call bullshit because I know a woman specifically, personally. Okay, 4 years ago, it happened to her. She had no recollection. She the getting pregnant part of it was taken from her memory. Okay, and through her situation, okay, she went to the doctor. She was pregnant. She got so far along. They were doing ultrasounds. They heard the heartbeat of the child, all that stuff. She went at her last appointment. She went, they checked the baby out, did the ultrasounds, all that stuff. A week later, she started bleeding. And so she called the doctor and says, I need to come in. Something's wrong. She went back in. They got her right in. They did the ultrasound. They did all the blood work. They checked her from head to toe. And you know what they discovered?
It was gone.
It's gone. The baby was gone. They took the baby without her recollection. And the doctors were like, they didn't know what to do because they said that her uterus and everything looked like she'd never even had a child before.
Right. I've heard a lot of stories like that.
Right. And she just recently, they came and got her and took her up to the ship and let her meet him, and he is now 4 years old. So you're going to tell me they're still not doing it because this woman, they took her memories of, she could remember bits and pieces, but it was done. They didn't ask her. She didn't give them permission. This was all done without her permission.
Well, and
so
I'm not excusing them, Sonia. I'm just saying that is what they are saying to us, is you can't blame us for what our ancestors have done. But also, they're being forced to make retribution as well. To have people, they're being forced to make some kind of retribution. They're being forced at this time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was all breaking up. I got a terrible connection tonight. I'm sorry.
Well, they're being forced to reunite some of these hybrid babies.
It's still happening.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's still happening.
Yes.
And also, with
At
the
least
say
at least 4 years ago.
and the same thing with the say there's like anything else, there's good and bad.
Yes.
Not all the Zetas are bad. Everybody wants to put labels just because one group did a bunch of things, they want to label them all like that.
Right.
Even some of the reptilians are not evil. I've seen some of the reptilians. They're not all evil.
Well, weren't they forced to do much of what they did because they were enslaved and treated so poorly?
Which one?
The reptilians.
Well, the reptilians.
Well, there's like 7 species of them.
Yes, and a lot of them are a-holes. But there's a group. There's these groups that's not as bad as them. Like, some of them want to do really bad things to humans, and then you've got other ones that don't do that. They find other means of doing it. Like they would go into hospitals and get certain things.
Mm-hmm.
My son met one actually in a hospital. He wasn't evil.
He met him in
So,
a hospital? Is that what you said?
Yeah, she was an RN.
Hmm.
She was an RN.
Well, I think I felt a lot of them when I was there. I never actually saw anything. I saw angels all the time, but I don't think I ever saw anything like that, but I could feel them.
You can
Well,
also
if you
talk
think
their death.
about it, right, if you think about it, if they don't want to be evil and do terrible things to feed off the fear and different things, that's an excellent place for them to work, in a hospital.
Right.
Because they don't have to do anything to cause any fear in anybody. They can just feed off the fear in the hospital.
Right.
Because you know as well as I do, I was in the medical field too.
Yes, there's a
There's
lot of fear
shit tons of
and
fear.
dark in the hospital. Lots
And
of fear. And misery.
as an empath.
Lots and lots of misery and
Right.
anger, all of those things.
Mhm. And I refused to work in a hospital because I just couldn't, as an empath and trying to figure out what was going on. I could not. It physically made me ill. I couldn't work in a hospital because of that.
I had to leave. Yeah. That's why I left. And I left 17 years ago. And each time I had to go back in there to do things, it was horrible. It never got any better. My heart would race, my chest would hurt, my stomach would be sick. I just would break out in a sweat. It was terrible. I just hate it. I hate to go to the hospital for anything. And being up there,
I do too.
with my son-in-law has been really rough because I have to be there,
I know exactly what you mean.
but it makes
Yeah, I
you
agree.
physically ill to go.
Yep.
And I've come across people that I was pretty certain they weren't actually probably human, or at least not 100% human. And it was something else, and I could feel it in them. It just emanates off of them, and they were medical people.
And I personally have I wasn't there with my son. He lives in a different state, and I was glad he got to have that experience. But me personally, I've never met. I've ran into several. I've had lots of terrible encounters with reptilians. None of it.
I'm gonna show
Right.
somebody. I'll show you something. Now you see this reptilian right here, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You see the neck, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You can
Let me
tell I'm
find
not
another.
reptilian. I've got a short, fat neck.
Mine's all wrinkled.
Okay. So you look at this one. What do you see? The same kind of thing, right?
Kind of like a velociraptor.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But you see the
And see,
neck.
Yeah.
Well,
Here's a good one. See that one right there?
yeah. That's
If you
kind of
look
like
at
a human neck.
all exactly. Yep. Now, if you look at the political people, look at their necks, and you'll see.
I can look at anybody and tell if they're reptilian or not, just off. But I think that's because of my extensive experience with them. But like
look
the
at the
ones that were
necks.
here, and some can shapeshift, I think, but some of them have that technology. It's not shapeshifting; it's like a technology that almost like a hologram technology, like right. But the ones that were here messing with
It's like a
me a
glamour.
few months back, they
It's
didn't
called the
have.
glamour.
Yeah, they
Do
didn't
y'all-
have. They weren't making
y'all-
themselves look human. They were just trying to make themselves invisible. But it didn't
Do y'all
work. I could
hear
see.
that ocean wave go through?
Yeah. Sometimes
Okay.
it's real. Yeah. Sometimes it's very strong in here.
It's that ocean wave sound is real loud.
Like
To me.
somebody flushing the toilet or something.
It sounds like an ocean wave to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't know.
Susan. I just
It happens in here a lot.
yeah.
But anyway, that's the reason I was telling you, Suzanne, that Thomas can't stand Bashir. Is because he says he's from the Greys, and nothing good comes from them.
Hmm.
But again, I've told you before that he's got some wounds.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I'm sure.
He's got some wounds.
Not all breeds are bad either. See, I know
Well,
about
not
them.
all
I
humans
don't-
are bad. Not all certain types of
Right.
people
I
are
don't
bad.
believe.
No,
I
it-
don't
uh,
believe that Basir is here to do any harm. I don't think he's here for that. I think he's here to help. But
Yeah.
I just want people to understand that they don't understand who Bashar really is.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
and
a lot of the
some
grays are
don't
not.
believe it.
See, a lot of people get confused with grays. They say, but what people don't understand is there's a lot of the so-called grays are future humans, but they're not exactly gray. They're orange,
Mhm.
and it's been,
And the little ones,
huh?
they're not actually like they're almost like not robotic, but what's the word I'm looking for? They're it's
Symbionts.
like yeah, symbionts. That's what they are. When they come, when the little ones come down here to do stuff, it's almost like they're slaves. They don't have a choice in what
Remember,
they're doing.
you remember Lucy, right? When Lucy turned into the black liquid, and at the end of the movie, she's like, she
I
wanted
don't.
to take her, she wanted to
I'm.
take her humanity. Remember, she kept that guy around for her to keep her humanity, because if she didn't, she would have been like the Greys, just the liquid bio form of blackness goo. But now she kept a human thing, so she can remember what it's like to be human, and that's why some of them Greys that come down here are that black goo. They're just inside a shell,
I
and they
just got
want
an
their.
alert on my phone that I have a high heart rate.
You have a high heart rate?
That's what it said.
What is
My
it?
arm kept vibrating, and I looked down, and it said high heart rate alert.
Uh-oh. I
What
guess
is it? Does it tell you what it is?
okay.
Well, pardon, what?
So Bram, tell him he'll have to come get his M&Ms, and I brought him some Cheerios, but he'll have to come over here and get them. And
He hears you.
I accidentally put some green ones in there. Sorry. I mean, yeah, instead of blue, I got green because it was dark in there. So
Who are they for?
they're for my man in the yard.
Big? Is he a Bigfoot?
Yeah,
Yes.
so he'll have to come get them.
What, did she take off already, or she crash out?
I put some Cheerios in there for him too.
And I'm getting cheese sticks.
He gets peanut butter pretzels, or he can have the beef steak Jack Links. That's what he gets. I don't have any cheese sticks. Sorry, baby. I just don't. We're leaving. We're trying to not have any groceries in the house. So, and Suzanne, I
Oh,
that we're actually leaving earlier than I thought. We're actually leaving on the 7th. We had a long talk about it. We had a
I'm
very long talk about it
I'm
again today.
I'm listening. Start at the beginning.
We're leaving on the 7th. We're actually leaving very early in the morning on the 7th. I thought it was going to be the 8th, but he
oh
moved it
lordy.
up. He had moved it up, and I guess I forgot, or he forgot to tell me, or something. Anyway, we had a long talk about it again today. He knows that I was feeling very anxious about it, but I did a really deep meditation with that intention before I went to sleep last night. And when I woke up this morning, all of my symptoms were pretty much gone. My headache, my body aches, the fever, the stomach issues, they were all gone. And I have a lot of energy today. I cleaned the whole house and started getting things ready. And he agrees
Are you
that
sure you want to do that on the 7th?
he agrees that if things start looking dicey, we'll just come home. We're going to go to Virginia first, stay in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and go to DC after. We'll be there 7 days in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and then we'll head to DC. But he agrees. If things start looking weird, feeling weird, and I'm too weirded out, we'll just come home.
I don't know.
I was listening very carefully to Sonia.
How do you feel about it now?
I feel fine.
Yeah.
I feel absolutely totally fine about it after my meditation. And I was listening to Sonia earlier when I was in the tub, and I am all about that. That is what I decided when I woke up this morning. I woke up with that exact thought in my head. Was I'm bringing this onto myself, the anxiety, the fears, all the things, I'm bringing it to myself because I'm focusing on it, and I need to stop. And if I stop and I reverse that, and I start thinking this is going to be fun, we're going to have a great time, nothing is going to happen to us. We are just going to be having a good time, and then we're coming home, and that's how it's going to be. I'm going to be Sonia. I am going to project Sonia for the next 2 weeks.
Good.
She's going to be in my head talking to me for the next 2 weeks. Because that's what I
Well, that was in
decided.
your head.
I woke up this morning. You're always in my head.
She
I
is
have to kick you
she's
out of
a
my head.
really good lady to listen to.
Yes. Anyway,
I
was
love her
listening
so
very
much.
closely. I was listening very closely to her, and I remembered before I went into meditation last night, something kicked me and said, remember what Sonia said about how all this stuff happened and nothing happened to her? She was right there in the middle of everything, but nothing happened to her property or her family because she was not manifesting it.
Yes, and we talked about it again tonight.
And then the whole time you talked about it again tonight, I was listening, and I thought, yes, that is what I was remembering. That is what I'm going to keep my brain on. And the other thing is, as much as I love Robin, he has always had a rather dark view of those kind of things. He's always been the complete opposite of anything I think, which is very odd to me that, because everything else he's so precious. But he has very weird and negative. He has a lot of negativity about these things, and he.
Well, that's what sent me into such a spiral.
Yes,
I've had that
and I
vision.
recognize that he sent you into such fear that I am so grateful that I was talking to my brother, because I could feel Robin. I felt him. I know when he went online, because I was talking to my brother on the phone and thought, crap, Robin is online and I need to be listening to him, but here I am with my brother, so I'll just be doing this. And then
Is that
by
the
the
one you're
time
supposed to call?
yes, I called him. Yes, and I found out everything my sister wanted me to know.
So back to, I don't know at what point you got to Robin's live.
I got there right before you paid for me to get a reading.
Okay.
And so all of that he told you prior, I did not hear any of
bummer.
it. And I really think that I was not meant to hear that. And the reading that I got reinforced my fears and sent me into a bit of a spiral. And then I had to get myself under control. And I had to go listen to some crying. I went and found some videos that I have marked. I re-listened to them. I went into
Then
the meditation.
I did the wrong thing then.
No, I needed to learn. I needed to learn something from this, and I did. I learned what I needed to learn.
Because that kind of made me feel bad that I'm the one that made you hear it,
No. I mean, and if he
Because my
hadn't-
fear, and see, that came from my fear, honey.
See, if I hadn't heard that reading, I would not have sat down with a meditation like I did with the intentions that I had last night to find out exactly what it was wrong with me, what was going on.
And I found that very interesting that he said the same exact thing I said.
I know, but this is what
Oh, you know
what I
what?
have
Just
learned is
you know
that
what just occurred to me? The thought that just came in my head. It was like, what is there to be afraid of?
nothing,
Yeah.
absolutely
I was like,
nothing.
what? That came from Suzanne.
Right,
What am I afraid of?
nothing.
That
That's
was
what I've
my
been telling
voice.
you.
That was my voice, but it wasn't my voice.
It was your higher self. But anyway, I know, and I've been telling myself the last
Sweeter
2
than I.
weeks.
She's sweeter than I am.
The last 2 weeks, I have been battling this, and I finally came to the realization that either way, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I have my preferences. This is what I'd like. This is what I'm trying to manifest. But if it doesn't happen, nothing else is going to happen. I mean, nothing horrible is going to happen if I don't get my manifestation. It's going to be fine. It's going to all be good. Okay, we're going to learn things. We'll have to go through some things that we perhaps are not our preferences, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Only thing that matters is how do we handle ourselves? How do we hold ourselves up and above the fray? How do we stay above it all and out of it all, like Sonia did? Sonia stayed out of the floodwaters by keeping herself elevated, and that's what
He
we're
is
gonna.
an amazing.
That's what we're gonna do, sister.
Did you ever upload that live, Bram?
The,
Yes.
I think my.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think my yard friends are playing with the kitties. It's so cute. They're playing with all the.
These
It's like
ocean
I said-
waves. These ocean
And it's
waves
like-
are loud.
I'm hearing it too, so it's coming from somebody else. I
Okay,
don't
well,
care.
I hear all the time. It's probably me. It's
I
probably
hear it a lot.
it's probably Henry over here, whatever his name is. He's never told me his
I
name.
just figure that every time we're in this room, there's a whole lot of power.
Yeah, I know. These kitties are so big.
It's like I told you before. Yeah, that premonition might happen, but if you're divinely protected and you manifest it's not going to happen or affect you in a certain way, then it's not going to. And Sonia was over here, I can't manifest nothing. I didn't manifest nothing. I was like, I sat here laughing. I'm thinking about, you didn't know what you manifested, did you? And I told her when she was here, I'm like, you manifest a lot, you just don't realize it.
She just
You
knew
all
she
do.
was. She just knew she was safe, and that's what manifested it.
She told it to us in the right after it happened. She was in live with
Yeah,
us.
I
and could
remember.
see the whole thing, and I
Yeah,
was
I
like,
remember.
wow.
And tonight was second time I heard it.
It's like I want to grow up to be like that, you know?
Yeah, well, but she's been like that her whole life, honey.
Yeah.
That's why. She's been like that her whole life, and she didn't know why, necessarily the whole time,
No, she didn't.
but she has such
I
an
talk to her
incredible
every day.
story, and I am so blessed to have heard it.
Okay, so Paul, I want to talk some more about
Okay.
the trip on the ship thing.
What one?
So, like, I don't have any. I felt like wet dog all day long yesterday. Well, like worse than wet dog. All day, fever, chills, aches, headache, stomach,
Uh-huh.
the whole thing, all day long yesterday, and that is supposedly when we went.
And I was really nauseated last night.
And Yaya's been nauseated off and on for the last. We've been having almost the
Yeah.
same symptoms.
And
for the
I've
last
been
2 weeks.
having that issue for like 2 weeks.
Yes, she and I both have. We've been
And April told me
commiserating
they've
online
taken me,
about it.
she told me they've taken me twice.
Hmm.
And that, now you just confirmed what I said before.
How?
You just confirmed what I said. Simple.
Okay.
When you're with a certain species that have a certain scent, and I've been saying this the entire time, that is the scent of what they smell like.
So are you confirming that we actually went?
Yeah?
You think we really went?
Yep. Without your
Why?
consent.
Why do you think that? Because of the symptoms?
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't see
I
it.
went up, look, like I said before, when I went on the Ashtar ship, I felt a certain way, and I was ordered not to go on that ship. And ever since I've not gone on that ship, I have not felt that way. And it was the same thing. It smelled like wet dog. I felt slimy, like there was something on me, nauseated, headache, felt like I was going to puke.
Well, supposedly one of my guardians is from the Galactic Federation. Why didn't he stop it?
Because
I mean, isn't that what he's for?
free will.
But I don't know that I gave consent.
But we were asleep, supposedly.
So shouldn't my guardian step in when I'm not capable of?
I would think. I mean,
They
that's how it
should.
works on here, but we don't
So-
know how all that works.
You know, I mean, that's what I would think my guardians are for. You know, Galactic Federation guardian, a guardian angel. Between the
Yeah,
two of
but
them,
if you-
you'd think they'd be able to protect me. And
Okay.
I keep a white bubble around my house with telling
Look at
nobody
it like this.
can come in, but those for my highest and greatest good. And I've
If
got my
you're-
selenite and my
Okay.
whatchamacallit, black stones, and I don't know
When you
what
stand
else
near a
to do.
fire, if you
What?
stand near a fire, if you stand near a fire in a fireplace,
Yeah.
what are you gonna smell like?
Smoke.
A campfire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You see that you're in a room with a smoker.
Yeah, that I don't like that. It's different.
What are you gonna smell?
Cigarette smoke.
You're in a room with a woman that uses a lot of perfume. You're gonna smell like the perfume. Those
Yeah.
beings you're around you, their stank was on you. And why were you on the ships? Without permission is beyond me.
You
You're
mean
not allowed to do that.
honey and I stink?
If you have that, if you're feeling like that, then you have that odor
No, I don't smell like that. And I
with the
haven't
wet
smelled-
dog.
Oh.
The wet dog smell.
Oh,
That's
well,
the way
Yeah.
that's the way I felt. Like I couldn't take
Oh.
enough baths. Like I was for the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
I have had nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, headache,
Now,
body aches,
what
and
is-
chills, and fever
way more than me.
for 2
And what
weeks.
did I say? And what did I say that the ships were for? Some were cedars, and what were the other ships?
Eaters?
Harvest ships.
Harvest. Yeah.
And what do they do when you harvest something?
How do I protect myself?
Don't throw yourself into that area. That's why I got yelled at. I went over there and I got yelled at. Said, don't go over there ever
you
again.
went and knew you were going. We don't
No,
remember.
I didn't.
We
I
don't
went in there by
remember.
accident.
Well, we don't remember anything. I don't. All I know is I woke up this morning and all of a sudden I felt better because I did a Purdy meditation last night.
If you If you swim in a swamp with others, you're gonna sink
Oh,
with them.
I understand what you're saying.
You're guilty by association.
I see.
If you're gonna put yourself into that, you're gonna go down with a sinking ship. If you get what I'm saying.
Mm.
That's why what did I tell you, honey? What did I tell you when I see her lives?
I know.
What have I said to you multi times?
I know. I know.
I felt queasy. I felt sick. Something made me want to throw up. I have said that.
Yeah.
And when she goes in the commander's live, I'm fine with the commander. I don't sense anything. The minute she comes in, I feel like I want to throw up. I feel like I'm going to get sick. I'm not the only one that felt that either.
But she's so sincere.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. She
is
doesn't
so
realize it.
sincere and loving. She's a very loving.
She is.
person.
She is, but it's like,
I have
She's
something
a
to say.
good
Can I say
puppety.
something?
She
Can I
has
say
a very
something?
sweet soul.
I
What?
agree with that. I understand that. But they're
So she doesn't
manipulating.
know.
No. She's manipulated.
Say it, Red One.
Okay. So the other day I was flipping through TikTok and but it was a person being beamed down out of a spaceship, or I think they were being beamed down. It looked like that. And there was it was in the city, like in New York, and buildings all over the place underneath it. You know, did anybody see that?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that one.
Okay, so I took a picture of it because I thought, well, that's kind of like April's, you know, being lifted up into the ship like that. So I took a picture of it. And then the next night, she showed the same photo and said it was her. And it's the same exact photo, except
And
the same
that's what I've
props
said
down to where
too.
it's supposed to be. So
And
I
I've
was just
said
saying,
that too.
right? So and then I saw the fairy, the blue one that's lit up. You know, it looks like it actually looks like a fairy. I saw that photo
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
she brought it on her live, and I was like, I've seen that, but I saw it in somebody else's live. So I think it was a animated picture, you know, like an AI animated, you know, or generated.
And
Well, that
I've
one,
been
So
saying
that
anyway,
one
I
that
just
didn't
too.
look like my
stuff like that,
fairies
and I
at
just didn't
all.
know.
It didn't look
You can say it.
anything like my fairies do.
No,
That one
and
that
Right.
you're talking
I'm not
about.
the only one that's caught that. Even James caught that, and Papa Smurfy over there caught it. I caught it
Right.
because I know now. I know I took a picture. I took a picture of something that I had seen of a white being. 3 days later, James seen a similar being. Then Fairy says she's seen the same being. But if you look at the picture, all three of them are kind of the same. But her and James's are a little bit altered. It almost looks like James' pictures, but it looks like the background's been altered a little. And there's many people that have been saying that she's getting pictures and claiming it's her. I can't verify that. Again, I'm not here to bash anybody. I'm not here to disprove anybody. I'm just telling you what I've heard and seen. I seen her on a ship. That's all
Yeah,
I
I
can
was-
say. And I've seen her down with the 12 in the Antarctica. As to what she was doing there, I don't know. And maybe she's fabricating some of it, maybe not. But I feel it. She's being manipulated.
She's something's definitely off
I don't
in the
know.
beginning, right? Like there's something off. I just feel it in the energy. I've never been sick before. Last night I was sick to my stomach. The whole entire I had to get out of it. I couldn't. I was like puking in my mouth. Sorry, but it
Yeah,
was just like there
I
was
got
something
sick
really.
I got sick to my stomach too.
I've given her a shit ton of money because I feel bad. Like somebody says they can't eat, they can't feed their grandkids. Like I'm a sucker like that. But
Oh,
my
yeah.
perspective is, well,
I've
what if?
Honey and I
What
have
if that is
sent
really
her.
true? I'm helping.
I
But
sent
then there's
them
other
to-
parts of me that says, are you being petty when you're like, I can't give my granddaughter a cake, but at the very least, there's $20 press on nails going on there, right? Like, I can't, like, it doesn't, there's something she needs to learn. She's not learning. I definitely picked that up. She
Yeah.
doesn't ask any questions. If I was being beamed up all the time, asking them
Yeah.
freaking
Yeah. And
questions, I
it's
wouldn't
like,
be
did you
afraid,
ask him this? It's
right?
like, no. And it's like, what? Why?
Papa Smurf thing.
If you're
I don't
so
want to get involved
comfortable,
in
why
that.
don't you
But
ask them questions?
I think she's taking pictures to prove herself, right? There's just something like, how do you
Uh,
have all those gifts and be so sad all the time? I don't understand. Like, I just
Yeah.
don't get it.
I don't know.
There's something
I
off, and
honestly,
maybe they're manipulating it, or there's dark in there that's pushing her, and she doesn't feel it. I don't know. I don't know
I feel
what's.
manipulation.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I still keep trying to help if I can. Like Susan, I told you, like I'll send her gift boxes at this time, at this point, because I paid for the damn car that I wish I didn't, because it's been nothing but heartache, right? If maybe if I didn't help, she would have went a different route. So I'm
We've all,
trying to help different ways. But at this point, I had to
I,
I just step back. I just
we've been sending her
all as
stuff
I
to.
know is I've seen when I've seen her in alive, and then I see her now when I have another account. So yeah. Anyway, when I look at her then and I look at her now, there's been a drastic change in what she's wearing and how she's presenting herself to when she was before. She looks like she's got a lot more jewelry on, a lot more bling bling in the
Well,
face.
to be
I don't
fair,
know. It's
to be
just
fair,
and then
something
you
she
just
is.
don't
explained
ever
her.
know. Like that kind of stuff, you can't judge because
Right.
people could
She
give you those
explained
things,
herself
right? You
too.
can't.
She said that several months ago there was a sale on, and when she still had a job, still had plenty of money, and they had a big sale, and she went and bought out this whole nail place, this Sally Hansen nail place, and Sally's. It's a place, we have one here,
Yeah.
and she went out and bought all of this stuff, so she's got plenty of that stuff at the house. She
But
explained all
why?
that.
But why should she have to explain herself? Why is she so upset when people call like that kind of stuff? I don't understand because if you've got that much that connection, right, and that many gifts, and you can see so much, you have so much more of an understanding. And I'll tell you something. I want to thank you guys for the other night because you have no clue, right? And that, what you did for me, anyway. But like, why? Like, why cut off Papa Smurf because he was freaking out, right? Like, I don't want to get involved. I don't really care. I just,
Because he questioned.
he questioned her, but so what? So
Well,
what?
he's kind of
That's
grimy too, though, Bina. He's kind of grimy. He really wanted to go live with her and be her.
yeah. I think he was in love with her, and he'd been hassling her for a long time to let him move in with her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Really?
yeah. It's kind of gross.
But when she blocked me, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but
I didn't
that's
get all
something she
mad about
could,
it.
handle. Like I could handle that. Like I'm different, but I just think there's just something off. It's not a judgment at all because I still will go to our lives, but I just get to a point where I'm like, okay, moving on, because there's just something off and
I
like
can't stay. I
manipulation, like
can't
you
stay in
said.
that live. I can't stay in her live for more than 3 minutes.
Last night was bad. Last night I
I
was
don't know what it
so sick
is.
from it,
I
and
didn't
that
even go in
usually is
yesterday.
negative to me.
I
That's
felt
negative.
sick, and I left.
Well, I was sick all day yesterday, and I didn't go into anybody's lives yesterday, except Robin's at the end. But a lot of times I'll go in and I'll try to be supportive because I want to support her. I love her. I think she wants, she needs. I don't know. I mean, and then I
I'm
feel
not part of
guilty.
the
Like,
group, and she can't say my name.
yeah, and I'm
I'm
like you. Well, I'm like you though. I mean, I, I don't want to. I don't want to judge her. I don't want to feel like she's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
I want to love her, but I can't hardly stay in there. It makes me anxious and it makes me feel bad, and I have to get out. I can't stay in there for sustained periods of time But
I
then
don't know. There's something
I want
off.
to be available to everyone who goes into those lives.
Well, the thing for me is I have
The
gotten to
city
where I
and
don't like being in a live for a long time with only one person talking the whole time. You know?
I don't want to hear everybody else's readings. I don't mean to be rude.
well,
I just
a lot
Yeah.
of
go try to
times
go
I'm
do me.
crocheting, so it's
I'm
okay that I'm
Right?
just,
just listening.
And I wasn't trying to
But
bash anybody.
there's something off, and
I
and
want to.
even she has disdain for the commander. I don't know if you can feel that, but I can absolutely feel that. And he just wants
Yeah.
so badly to be part of it. I think he's,
No.
I just think he maybe gets a little run away with himself sometimes, but at the root,
it's
I
weird.
don't
I
feel anything
think,
bad,
I
you know?
don't know. I think it's because people seem to worship him and he has more followers than her,
He loves it.
but he gets all
He
his
loves it.
information from her.
Like,
And I
Yeah,
think
he's
there's
changed.
some resentment
He's
because of
changed
that.
so much from when I first started following him. He has changed 360.
Yeah.
I don't even recognize him anymore the way he talks about how they're chosen, they're the only chosen ones, and that makes me anxious
oh, I
when
leave. I just
when
leave it at that.
people
I
when
don't think
people
everything
think
he
they
says
aren't
is right
enough.
either, but
If
I
you
I
Oh,
think he
he
believes
said
it. So
he said all ETs are humanoid. All ETs
well,
look like
and he
humans.
said
That's
every single
bullshit.
person's a star seed, and
well,
you
the
just gotta
thing
let it
is
roll.
that I want to be there for everyone. And since she got mad at me because we were talking about her in here, a lot of the people won't even hardly acknowledge me anymore when I go in there because she was so angry with me. Aired our dirty laundry for about a week and a half or 2 weeks,
She goes in there all the time and bashes us. I
and
know
then
she does. I was on another account.
I got
I went on
blocked
another
by a lot
account,
of
and this is
people.
2 weeks later, and this is 2 weeks later, and she's still talking about it.
Right, and I got blocked by a lot of people, and it kind of made me sad. But I'm okay. I'm fine.
Wow.
I don't have to worry about
Yeah.
it, But the thing is I want to be
If I'm
there.
blocked by people I haven't noticed,
I
want
how
lost
to
do
be
you
100
there.
find
people.
out? That,
I'm like
oh,
y'all.
I
I want to be there in case
I didn't
people
hear
need
it.
I
us.
don't know.
I
I
I
would
I
have
guess
started
been.
if
following you.
I went looking for them and I can't find them, but
I would
I
have
just
been at 8,500 by now if it wasn't for that
well,
going on.
I don't care about any of
have
that.
I
I just
been
I'm
want to
telling
be
you,
I don't
have
man,
I
there.
either.
been
I want
dead
to be
mouse
the
through
person
there?
I want to be there
I
for
want
those
to believe we're
people
helping the big
when they're
shit.
disappointed.
I was
If something
oblivious to
happens
all
and
of
they're
that.
disappointed, I want them to feel like they can come to me for
Yeah, me
anything.
too. Me too. Oh,
Yeah.
I
I'm
know
just
that disappointed. So many people just want
hold
to
on
do the
one
work. They
second.
want their lives to change. Beam me up, Scotty, and it's not going to be that. They're going to be disappointed.
Well,
Exactly.
and it makes me so
They're going to
sad because
be.
I feel like I bow to you and I have so much admiration for you and you're the chosen one and we're the peons and that makes me sick because
I don't even see that.
every single person is chosen. Every last one of us chosen to be here at this time and we all have our own power.
But
We don't
but
need
it's all.
someone
But
else's.
isn't it all part of the process, right? Like everybody has to learn the way they have to learn.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
They have to learn discernment,
I know.
Yeah.
I
and the
know.
only way you're going to
Honey's
learn
favorite
it.
word. Honey's
Yaya.
favorite word.
Did I miss?
Yaya sat me down and had that talk with me. I had to figure it out. I want to go in and
Which
save everybody, and I know I can't.
You can't. I learned that a long time ago. You can't. There's no way
can
I'm
I ask
saving
that
the world.
question for a second?
Yes,
Sorry.
Did I miss Sonia saying goodbye, or did her? Wonder if her connection dropped.
Well, she had a phone call.
Oh, okay.
there's
I
Yaya.
missed it. I just knew she was gone. Sorry, I just
Sorry, I didn't mean
needed
to.
that.
The reason that I wanted to come up was only that, because that whole thing's been bothering me. I've been listening to you guys and listening to them, and I just can't. I just feel bad about. There's something definitely not right. But I want to thank you for the other night. I mean, some part of me has a whole much better understanding. I don't know what part it is, but I could feel it. Just so happy. But I did see one of those shadow people like pass right by me, didn't even know I was there. And I'm like, well, son of a bitch, look at that. Figured out why I've got
That's funny.
the wolf because questions, but I'm not direct.
That is
So
so funny.
I asked that wolf that between the wolf and me trying to talk to my husband's dragon, which is my next question. He's so damn possessive, but the oh yeah, well that's how like I always said to my husband, I'm like you're a damn dragon, like protecting your treasure. Except for me, I'm the only one that could do it. Uh oh, we're fighting now. I'm his, and I'm like, yeah, I'm yours, but you're mine too, and he doesn't like it. But
You gotta speak human, Grim. We don't understand it. Hello, Yaya. We love you.
yes, we do. But I didn't ask the right question. Like I get all these people. I'm still trying to figure out that ship thing, and it's not an Ashtart person because it's not an A. It's like an upside down. But I just said out to the world, universe here. Are you like my mate or something? And that's when I got the wolf. So I'm learning. But whatever you guys help me understand somewhere in my core, because I am just so. I mean, I was always happy, but I'm just so full. And so thank you. I'll figure it out, but thank you. And I think I jumped to I can't wrap my brain around every freaking timeline. We're all here. Everything's happening at once. But I was actually awake, and I went somewhere else, and I saw my sister who's going through some shit now, and that was not. Oh, I kept just asking everybody, "What year is it? What year is it?" And nobody would tell me, and then I got out. But
Oh,
so
that's
thank you.
bizarre.
Hmm.
That's
That
kind
was
of
somewhere else. I mean, it was my sister. She was happy. She was thriving. Her hair was different, so I knew. And she was like, "Hey, Jen, how you doing? Oh my god!" And I was just like, "Where the hell am I?" And I started asking, like, "What year is it?" And no one would tell me. So I had to learn to ask the right questions. But thank you anyway. It really helped me the other night.
so you actually went to possibly a different timeline, or
Yeah,
um,
that's what I think. But I don't really
I think I
understand
lived
how
in a
that works.
parallel world half
Now
the
that's
time for a
that's
period of time. I was living in a parallel world at the same time as here, and it was very tiresome. And it was about a 5-year journey that I was trying to get out of.
Were you going back and forth, honey?
Yeah, I was going back and forth, and it was scary. I
I've,
was crying.
I've heard about that a lot.
I was crying. I mean, it was
I
painful. It was very emotionally distressing.
I
Very.
had that experience when I was 4 years old. I woke up one morning and the people that had always been my family, they looked like the same people, but they weren't the same people.
Yeah.
Their behavior was totally different. Their attitudes are totally different.
I've
And
always thought that's part of where deja vu comes from.
Yeah. Yeah.
It could be
yes,
part of it.
And some perceived hauntings.
So Paul, ask my sister
I
if
was
she's happy.
I was so upset by it. I ran away from home at 4 years old. That first time I ran away from home, I was 4.
Aw,
Took my dogs and went to my great grandmother's house.
Oh, bless your heart.
She lived over 40 blocks away from us, but I walked to my grandmother's house.
Wow.
No, you did.
aw.
So
I was
Paul,
determined. I told them I didn't want to go back to those people.
I asked my
That's not my
sister
that's
to
not my
talk to me
family.
today, and she won't talk to me. Will you just ask her, is she happy now? She won't talk to me today.
You didn't spoke to me today either.
Who won't talk to
Who's
you
that?
today,
My
honey?
sister.
Your sister won't talk to you today?
No, and I did everything she asked me to do
Well,
yesterday.
did you want her
Oh, I
to?
get
I
it.
thought you wanted her to be quiet.
I kept telling her to stop yelling at me, and then I did what she wanted me to do, and then I asked her today, was she happy, and she hasn't answered me yet.
Okay.
All I get
Well,
is a
no.
smile.
She's
Yeah.
not. She's not gonna
She's
admit it.
she's being a brat.
Yeah, she's being a brat.
You know, I'm surprised she didn't say neener, neener, neener.
I am too.
All she did was smile.
Yeah.
You
She's
guys
doing
want to.
smiling.
Do you feel good about having called your brother?
I don't know how to feel about it. Honestly, I had to steer away from several things that he wanted to go into that I was not going to allow him to trigger me with. And we just talked
Good.
about the things that I needed to know how to help him and his family, things that he's going through. And my sister wanted me to find out about my niece, and I found out what I needed to know, and now I have her phone number. Um, she's actually there in Virginia, at Virginia Beach.
Are they into hearing about healing?
About what?
Healing?
No, no. My brother thought my sister and I were from the devil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's with my other sister all the way on that, 100%. I'm crazy. He thought my sister Kay was too. That we're just nuts. And he asked me, do you still talk to Kay? And I said, all the time, yes. And he's like, huh.
Are you still what?
He asked me if I was still talking to my sister in a very
Oh,
kind of
well.
snide way. You know
So
what I mean?
isn't that his sister too?
Yes, yes. But he's not open to any of that kind of thing.
Oh,
And
I mean, my family always thought I was, well, my kids grew up with me and all the, everybody's gone except my older sister who, she doesn't openly judge me, and she hasn't judged me recently that I know of, but she would if she saw me right now.
he's not there to help you either.
Yeah. Well, her husband just died, honey.
He what?
Her husband just died.
But that just happened, didn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't. She had mentioned it, and I dissuaded her, and if I had asked her to come here, she'd be here in a heartbeat. I know it.
Okay. All right.
She,
That was my judgment then. I'm sorry.
but she was very judgmental of my mother's place when my mother died, and my mother was having at least weekly maid service. You know, I've been living in my little nest, ordering everything over the phone. I have my groceries delivered. Everything I need comes from Amazon or TikTok Shop or, and, but so I've accumulated a shitload of cardboard boxes that it's really difficult for me to tear them down and carry them out to the recycling bin.
You can
So
send them
when
to
I
me
have-
because I need them because I'm going to move.
Well,
Where are you moving?
these are not big ones. These are the kind that, you get stuff in the mail from. And, they're not moving these except for to pack small valuables or something.
Well, I was really proud of my daughter. She's been so busy working, and George has been so sick for so long. It's really been hard on her. So she called and made arrangements, and she hired a woman to come do a deep clean for $150, and then she'll come once a month for maintenance. For like,
Yeah, it's gonna be more than $150. This is more than just my back. This is COVID. This is from COVID, and then having to go back to work so fast, not fully recovered full time, and not knowing I had APS, which had a lot of that explained
some of my fatigue from working 40 hours a week. You know, although I had a very active job, but I'd come home and, well, especially just coming out of COVID, I was so exhausted. And then, you know, I finally started getting my energy back, and my back crumbled. So I don't know what the point was. I'm sorry.
I'm going to a
You know,
beautiful spiritual
I
land.
was suddenly in so much pain from such an active day that I thought eating a gummy was a good idea.
Suzanne, are you on disability?
I'm on I'm on long-term disability, and my insurance company is Prudential, and they are
You need to you need to talk to your doctor about getting you a care assistant through your insurance company.
okay. Listen, my Prudential is paying a company called Brown and Brown to apply for Social Security disability for me. I'm currently just getting regular Social Security with and my retirement and my, you know, I've got.
Well, through your insurance, you should be able to get a
really
care
glad that I
attendant.
paid for that long-term disability out of my paycheck for 21 years.
Yeah. Well, everybody pays that.
They're well, no, this was
And
up.
the fact that they just deny people is total BS because
Oh well,
that's money
social,
that you
yeah.
paid in to for disability.
Oh well, yeah. But each company will only. They didn't deny me. I'm getting it.
Oh, I'm
They
glad to hear that.
no, they didn't deny me. They've been
Well,
pretty good, but God, I have to keep getting all my medical records to send them over and over and over again, saying no, she can't work.
Yeah.
There's no job that I could perform. I can't sit for very long. I can't stand for very long.
I have the same problem.
That's why I'm in so much pain tonight. And I thought, but I did so well that I thought, man, I'm good. But then it hit me like a ton. I was just suddenly in so much. I think it's once I stopped, and then it was like I was in so much pain that I thought, well, I'll eat a gummy and I won't have to take a pain pill for a while. And then I discovered that and I was just really stoned, but still in a whole lot of pain. So then I had to get the pain pill too. So I'm sorry that I'm slurry.
No need to apologize.
fine.
You're
Where are
perfect.
you moving to, Paul?
Huh?
Where are you moving to?
I don't know if I'm supposed to say yet, but I'm moving out of state. I'm moving to a
Okay.
very spiritual land.
Cool.
That sounds good. So I'm guessing you don't
Yeah.
live here if you don't want to tell us where you're going.
Well,
Did
I
you-
can't say. I'm not sure if the person wants me to say.
Okay.
Well, as long as you
But
don't get us.
You're
it's
not
not.
calling
It's
us.
not going to be an
You're
enough
not,
thing.
you're not leaving TikTok in us, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. I just hope I have enough. Money to do things.
Well, you've got a whole room full of crap you should be selling.
Not anymore. I got rid of a lot of it.
Did you sell your
I've been
jewelry?
up since. No. I've been so. I've been trying to sell it. Nobody's buying anything because I don't know.
Perfect time of year
I've
to be
been up
trying to
since
sell
3
it though.
o'clock.
Christmas.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in another house at Christmas time.
Needed an Etsy store.
Yeah.
Well, I can't really do anything because I'm moving within a month.
Right. And that takes a lot of work because I did it through my Lampwork Beads before I went to work for the library. When the kids were little, any income I brought in was from my glass work.
So I put something in a gallery, you know, and it wasn't guaranteed income.
I'm going
But that's how
from
I got it justified with my husband that I needed it. Get the
I'm going
sunroom,
from
maybe
this
my art
tiny
studio.
I'm going from my tiny little room to a 3-bedroom house with 2 acres of land.
Oh wow, that's so
And I'm
cool.
paying the same amount of money.
Wow.
And it's a very
Oh,
spiritual
that's
land that everybody
fantastic.
knows.
Okay, that sounds really great.
Yeah.
And I know when I go there, that energy's already, I can already feel the energy pulsating.
Yeah.
Great.
And
Well,
I know when I go there, I'm going to go through the roof.
that's amazing. So you have the same amount of income and the same basic expenses. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So that seems like a no-brainer to me, unless
Uh-huh.
you feel like you need to fill it all up.
And I'm going to take some stuff with me, and I might have to change some stuff up a little, but you know.
Well,
What about your son? Is he gonna be able to visit as much as?
Well, that was a discussion. I mean, there wasn't too much backlash from that, and I won't be able to see him every weekend. But I said, well, why don't you move down here in the summertime? She's like, no, you're only gonna get 2 weeks. I'm like, whatever. So I've got to, when I move down there, I'm gonna have to start having money so I can get a car and a vehicle.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be like three
where does
miles
he
to 6 miles from the nearest store.
where does he live?
Virginia.
Okay. And
I'm gonna be.
I'm assuming the
I'm gonna
place you're
be.
talking about is west. Is
I'm
that
gonna
right?
be. Huh?
I'm assuming the place you're talking about is west.
Uh-uh.
No,
I'm gonna be 5 hours away in another state.
but not out west. Oh,
Mm-mm.
yeah, you're okay. I get it. 5 hours at Sun Leaving Cutter.
You'll find out when I
I don't
move.
know.
You'll catch
I
on
don't
to
know
it.
that at all. What?
It'll be obvious.
Okay. Salem?
Diane's
Salem is
probably
the only
laughing
place.
down there.
What?
Diane's
That was
probably
a
laughing
shitty
down there.
laugh. That was like,
Salem is the only place I can think of out there.
No,
I don't know anything about that area.
I'm just going to a magical land.
Okay, I believe you.
Well, we're happy for you.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna save enough money to get a car or something.
So how are you
And
feeling, Yaya?
I'm good.
Good.
You guys would have laughed at me a second ago because someone asked me how I was doing, and I just took a mouthful of. I was eating a salad or a taco salad, and oh my god, it had hot sauce on it. And my mouth was just burning, and I'm
I
like,
hate that.
oh, I couldn't
My
say
son
anything.
did that to me.
I was like, holy crap, what the hell?
When I came in here, I hadn't eaten anything all day. I had a really busy day. I hadn't eaten anything all day, except a cookie at the church where I was voting. And then did the rest of my stuff. I finally got home and I saw Brown was live. I jumped in, I made some nachos, and then I sat down and I admitted about my little spiral yesterday after Robin's collective reading about the election just sent me in a spiral, and I started crying, and then I saw
Did you see where he
Finally,
got banned for a
Antheus
whole
and
month?
them online, and I got on and I admitted what was happening, and they pulled me out of it and sang me out of it and loved me out of it, and Honey was
It was a great live.
helped me get out of it.
Yeah.
It was a pretty wonderful thing.
Did you see where Robin got banned for a month?
No.
I didn't.
No.
When?
Was it?
That live? Right after that live.
Oh, he was on today. I had a reading.
Oh.
He sent me a message that said
He must
was
have got it
banned,
reversed.
and he
No,
was appealing.
he
it.
must have.
Yeah,
must
it must have
have
gotten it
won. Yeah.
reversed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what
he was
part
on
of that
today.
live got him banned? The prediction or the nudity of
11-7.
the tarot card? What?
The 11-7.
Oh, weird. That went quiet.
Oh. Conspiracy theory or something?
I don't know. He just told me.
When he read the 11-7 card, when he read the 11-7,
That is
it
weird.
was
You
like
guys are talking and you're saying it.
Say what?
He said something about. I said, well, he did the reading, and then I said something about 11-7. He did the
Right.
reading, and then he got flagged, and then I guess that's when it happened.
Wow.
Well, that's why today he kept saying, and I was printing in the live for entertainment purposes only.
Oh, good.
That's why he kept saying that.
Oh,
See,
That
I
makes
was
sense.
gone. I didn't get
Because he
on.
never used to say that before.
I didn't get on. I mean, as soon as I got on to, I don't even think I was on TikTok yet. I got the notification of Brown's Live, and then as soon as I could log in, that's what I clicked on and came to the live. So I haven't seen anything else or seen any messages or anything. I just came in here and
he
kept
sent
me
me a
out
message
of
this
seeing
afternoon. I
news
think
and
it was
stuff.
around 3 or 4. He sent me a message and said that he was banned for a month, and he was appealing it, and he'd let me know.
Okay.
And I saw that he was on.
It's
I
keep
saw that
cutting
he
out
was
on me.
online. That he wasn't on the live, and so I didn't go. But
Oh.
you said he was on, Yaya.
He was on. I seen him.
Yeah, today I had a reading done.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Did you
He
have a
gave
good
me
reading?
a beautiful reading.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. He even said something. He said my energy was completely different. I felt strong. I had a lot of Andromedan spiritual, or a lot of Andromedan wanting to connect and work with me, and it was good. He looked really good.
He had a white shelf behind him.
He thinks that
He
these
kept-
last 2 weeks, that all this sickness, he thinks it's my third eye expanding even more. He said it's already
Yeah.
open, but it's expanding more.
Yeah, that's what I
How can
think
it-
too.
how
I
can
think
it
it's your
expand?
crown.
Let it blow open.
Oh, it won't blow open all at first.
Yeah, because
I also think your
my crown
crown.
and my third eye are pretty blown open. My crown and my third eye are pretty open. I mean,
Well,
I don't
that's
know how
where
much
you'll-
more open it can get.
It doesn't stay open all the well. From what I understand, we as human they
We're
can't stay open.
Only.
Yeah, they can't stay 100% of the time. But when you intentionally go out and ground, and you want to be spiritually centered, then as your vibration rises, those all your gifts start kind of like coming on board. Your third eye wakens up, it opens, your crown gets activated, it opens, and that's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but we couldn't. I just understand it's not open 24/7.
Yeah.
How do you ground yourself? I take
Anyone
a lot
else
of
have an idea?
I wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind, if it's not changing the subject too much. But how do you ground yourself when it's winter and it just take salt baths or cleanse yourself? But how
I
do
take
you?
salt baths.
You
Are you
what?
asking me, honey?
I'm asking you or and anyone else that does something different than me.
Oh,
I do salt baths with sage.
Okay.
Frankincense and myrrh. I use a lot of frankincense and myrrh with my salt bath.
Oh, I've
And,
got some.
yep.
I've
I
got a
turn
lot of
on,
essential oils.
I actually have
Yeah.
a lot of evergreen ivy out here that stays green all the year round. And
Yeah.
I come out, stick my feet in there for as long as I can stand it, and then I get back in.
I bought a grounding mat for my. I
I have a
ordered
grounding
one
pad.
early on in my
There you go.
recovery, and somehow it worked its way out of my bed, and I'm still not able to change my sheets myself. So I get my daughter to do it every now and then. But it worked its way out, and my cat peed on it, and I can't really wash it myself, you know. So
Oh,
it's still crumpled up. I mean, I dried it off, I wiped it down as best I could, and it's
They have
still, you know, I
grounding
can't
sheets
use
now. If you want to try those,
They have grounding mattresses that
it.
are like
yeah,
$20,000.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
we're
they
the
not.
do.
sheets are cheaper.
That's
Yeah.
that's in a different reality.
Well, I don't know. I think my bamboo and latex mattress is pretty grounding, you know, and it's all organically made. But I
Well,
told
something
Robin
else
last.
I do is visualization exercises where I scoot way down in my bed with my toes pointing to the ground, and I visualize roots coming out of my toes down through my wood floor, down into my crawl space, which is dirt and then down into that earth, and then they go up towards my head, you know, in the earth, and out a little ways. And there's a tree that I planted as a sapling that now is a very big tree. And my roots intertwine with its roots to hold on to keep me grounded.
I do a sitting in the power meditation almost pretty much every day, where you visualize the roots going down into the earth, and you visualize a crystal of your choice. And I choose sapphire because that's I just do. And I visualize my roots growing all around the sapphire inside the center of the earth, and then I work my way out through all my chakras and out through my crown. And it's about a 30-40 minute meditation that I do pretty much every day, just to keep them all open, keep things flowing. I don't know. I keep telling I kept telling Robin, I have I have the grass seed, and I'm gonna do it this year. I have a plastic bin that I'm gonna put some dirt in and plant some grass,
Oh, there you go.
and then when I can just go stick my feet in it. And
Oh, in the house, so that you can just do it in the house.
yeah, I keep saying I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it, and I didn't do it last year. I'm gonna do it this year.
I don't, but my grass wouldn't get any light in my house. My house is dark. I didn't. It doesn't have enough windows.
Oh my!
Where
my
are you?
Well, plus I have massive trees too. That's kind of, I can't have a garden because I have massive trees. Now we had that big storm that knocked down all those trees. None of my trees fell. You can watch my video. Well, I did have an old tree break, but it was a redbud that had been struck by lightning already.
Yeah.
But my giant trees, they didn't You know, I mean, my trees are way bigger than these trees that fell over.
Well, I pretty much stay outside until it gets really too cold to stay out long. I don't hardly ever, but my back family room is really large and it's all windows. So, I mean, it's like being outside, being in that room. And they all call it, my room. So everybody comes and sits in my room. We have all the furniture and stuff back there for everybody. And it's kind of like a garden room, I guess you'd say. But it's the biggest room in the house. So it's where we all congregate. And then he has his own room that is kind of in the middle of the house, and all it has is a skylight. And then that opens up into the foyer. And that's where the fireplace is. And I keep telling him, I want a fireplace in my room, but there's not really a wall for me to put a fireplace back there. Because he doesn't like the fire. He doesn't like to use it. And if I go sit in his room and sit in front of the fire, he gets irritated because he doesn't like the way the smoke smells.
Hmm.
You know?
Uh, I was just seeing, they were talking about linen, and I had forgotten about that for a while. And I was reminded the other day, I saw an article about the vibration of different fabrics and stuff.
And the linen, yeah.
Since I got laid up, I went from being very active to laid up, so I gained 35 pounds during that time. And so, and then I started physical therapy and stuff. And I started losing weight and stuff and had no appetite. But the shit. What was
You need to
left?
quit worrying about. You need to quit worrying about that. You're gonna have
What
plenty of
was
time to take
what
that
was
weight
left?
off. Don't worry about
The
that.
linen and stuff. What are you talking about, honey? What? Oh,
I'm
I was
telling
saying
Suzanne to quit worrying about it. She's gonna be
I'm not.
when she gets
Hey,
better, she'll be able to get to exercise and get rid of the weight. But
I'm
quit
not
worrying
worried.
about it.
No, I'm not too worried about that part. I was just commenting on the linen, but because I've been laid up and stuff, I didn't have. I had to have clothes for physical therapy, but I had to start in a pool, right? So I had to order something from you. So anyway, but I had to have completely new things to wear. So I found these little like tennis skirts. They're
Yeah,
what I'm saying, skirts, but
yeah, and they're
they're
running.
so they're cuter than me wearing tight shorts. But I got shorts on. You know what I'm saying? And
I have a lot of those.
well, I bought like 9 of them. And somebody goes, "Why do you have so many?" And it's like, for one thing, it's incredibly difficult for me to do laundry, and I go to physical therapy twice a week. So, but then, reading this article I just ran across was about the frequencies of fabrics, and it was saying polyester sucks. It's such a negative vibration. It sucks your energy. Now, I
Yeah,
don't know about it sucking your energy, but it's really low vibrational. And then the highest are cotton and linen is the very highest. So
Yeah.
the best fabric, and I assume that includes, I would assume bamboo would be really high in hemp, but
yes, that's
rayon
what our
is
sheets are.
rayon is natural fiber, isn't it?
I don't
Rayon?
think.
No.
No, it's
It's
not.
not. Oh
No,
shit.
rayon's
No.
not a natural fiber.
Okay, damn, because I love rayon.
Well, I have so many linen clothings that when I went to Europe, I was like, oh my God, I'm saving all my cash so I can buy all these clothes in Europe. And
Yeah,
I went and I already had everything. I already
yeah.
had it all.
Well, I had some, but I don't think any of it would fit me right now. And see what I've been wearing while I've been healing, when I should really be covered in linen. I've been covered in lycra, whatever that, I mean, there's nothing natural about exercise clothes. And
And the spandex, yeah.
that's all I've worn, you know, the physical,
Mine are all
that's
cotton.
kind of all I have, because
My
there's
skirts are
no
all
need for
cotton.
me to buy clothes and I can't go shopping.
Hmm.
So now it's like, oh
I
shit,
either
it's coming up winter. What the hell am I gonna wear?
because I bought all that to wear to work, and the skirts are you got the shorts. If you're wearing a skirt and you're in somebody's home and you're leaning over or crawling
Yeah,
around on the floor or whatever, but all of mine are either linen or cotton
yeah, those are.
because they have pockets.
Yeah, but see, mine was for physical therapy, so it
Um,
had to be.
and so they're
You know,
polyester.
well, I mean,
Well, you
that's
know
what I
what?
put
You can put your
exercise,
energy in your clothing.
exercise clothes. What?
Yeah, you can.
Put your own energy into it.
Okay,
Just lay it out on the bed and put your hands over it and put your intentions into your skirt.
okay, okay. That's a good
You
idea.
can do
So
that.
anyway, what I was
Really good
saying,
idea.
I was thoughtlessly wearing this low vibrational clothing all the while trying to heal. So that's really
Well,
kind of
because it was thoughtless, it probably wasn't harmful. You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Okay,
If you
good.
were
So
thinking about, oh my God, crap, I'm wearing all this junk and oh my God, it's
no,
dragging me down,
well,
then
there's
it
no
would be low
thought. There
vibrational.
was no. There was no thought. In fact, I was thankful for it. So
Yeah.
because it was like, oh
So
look, I found
there
this. It
you
was
go.
really cheap. I only, my daughter paid like $26, and it was like, well, I paid like $6.99, and I bought 9 of them, or maybe
Yeah.
a little more, but mine was really cheap, and mine. I don't know whether she's putting hers in the dryer or what, but mine are holding up. Maybe because I have 9 of them, but they don't.
Are they
Uh,
all the same color, Suzanne?
no, I got every color
Are they
under
all
the
the
rainbow.
same color?
I'm just
No, they're
kidding.
not all.
I'm just
I've
kidding.
got.
She's
I'm
just
like,
messing with you.
it's like, look, she's wearing the same thing in a different color. It's like, yeah, if you find something you like, you buy.
That's
Every
what my
color
husband
they
I
have,
was,
does.
yeah.
I was telling my physical therapist. I went to the bathroom and I saw myself in the mirror, and I came back. I told the physical therapist, you know what? I just saw myself in the mirror, and I thought, if somebody looks at me and they don't like what they see, they can look away. And he just
Amen.
laughed. Oh, he laughed.
We don't, yeah. I mean, at what point does it matter? You know,
Well,
you have to feel the way you feel about yourself, and you're
it
gorgeous.
certainly didn't. It wasn't worth. Well, see, for one thing, it's like sometimes I go, I'd like to put on a little makeup just to look a little better and look a little more, because I'm always, because I was always a blonde, I I need a little pop so I'm not just washed out. So it's like sometimes I feel like doing that because I feel like I'm looking pretty or something. But I really don't like wearing
I
makeup.
know.
I don't like
I
the
know what
feel
I
of
can
it.
do.
I
I
didn't
can
when I
send
was
you
younger.
what I got the grand girls this chalk, and they come with these plastic combs, and you can put the color in your hair in the chalk. I'll send you some.
I don't understand.
They love it. They
You
love it, and it just washes right out. You can
oh
be
you,
whatever
oh
color you want to be any day.
oh in your
Absolutely.
hair.
Have fun.
You put chalk
Yeah,
in your hair. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
Well, I dyed my
yeah.
hair purple once in streaks of really bright. Actually, one whole side of my head was really bright purple, and I
Mine's
loved it
green.
personally.
But
My hair's
I
been
went out.
green
I
since
went
the
out
day
to
I
lunch.
retired.
I went out to lunch with a friend, and there was this lady just staring at me. And I thought, I wonder why that lady is staring at me. Am I supposed to know her? And, you know, every now and then I'd look up and she'd still be staring at me. And it's like, WTF, why is that lady staring at me? And then, like a ton of bricks, it was like, you've got purple hair.
Yeah. I get a
And
lot of comments on my hair, and it makes my husband very uncomfortable because he doesn't like it, that it's got so much green in it, which I just
it's
tell
got,
him, you know,
it's got,
whatever. But
it's got
I get a
green
lot
in
of
it.
compliments. Yeah, my hair is green, lots of green streaks.
I just see blonde. I never noticed green streaks in your hair.
You didn't notice in my picture, you didn't see the green
It just
in
looks
the
like,
front?
well, now I can, but it just looked like shadow or something to me.
No, it's very green. I like it.
So,
It's very
I
spring.
like it. I like
yeah,
that color.
but your husband
My
doesn't like it,
Oh no, he's such an old stick. Come on.
and people make comments that they do like it, or what? That
I get
makes
a
it,
lot of compliments on
and
my
you,
hair when we go
and that
out,
and
when we
that makes
travel.
him and that makes him
Very
uncomfortable to hear you get
Yes,
compliments.
yes, because he wants me to not do it, and so if people compliment me on it, he knows that I'm going to keep doing it. So
It's like you people need to shut the hell up.
Because he
he's
thinks
like, "What? What are they
they're
saying?"
they're
I,
encouraging you to dare to be different, and he doesn't want you to be different. Is that it?
no, that is right. He
Is
wants
that
me to be
because
old.
he doesn't like the attention, or is he just so much of a
It's
conformist?
He's a conformist. He's
Is he?
I don't know.
He's
How
real
can I
stand up.
He's
He's a real stand up guy.
conservative. He's a
Very
very
conservative.
I mean, he has very liberal thoughts, don't get me wrong. He's very
Right, I understand that.
thoughtful,
Otherwise,
but
it's
he's conservative as far as he has to be, you know, completely dressed and pressed and combed, and like
kind
he
of like
combs
he
all
was.
his curls out. He will
Like
not let
My
his hair
husband was
curl.
like that. I
he's
broke
not
him.
retired military, is he?
No, he's just, and he wasn't the we when we got married. He had hair down to his shoulders, and he had just gotten a haircut.
He's kind of
So like
uptight though. He's kind of
it's
uptight
all
though. For somebody who
he's
loves being in nature like he does, you know, he needs to go out there and eat some mushrooms.
he
Eat
needs
some
to.
mushrooms. Yeah, definitely needs
Well,
to eat some
That's what
mushrooms.
he
we
needs
do
to
that.
do, honey.
We do
And
that.
that
It's
doesn't,
okay.
it doesn't,
Oh no, it makes him silly, same as
well,
me.
yeah, I mean, I laughed my ass off on mushrooms.
But
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 I do it in I do mushrooms.
he's not going to do it in public.
Well, of
He's
course
only going to
not.
be
Not
silly
me.
in
Oh
front of
hell
people he
no.
feels,
No, I couldn't.
you know,
I've never.
he can
When I
he will.
do hallucinogens, I'm always in nature, and I haven't in a
Well,
very long time because of that.
he
I
got
can't.
mad at me because I told our kids that we were doing that. You know, he got
Well,
mad about that. He didn't want
well,
our kids to know, and I'm like, really?
Katie wouldn't understand, would she?
No. Well, there's one of them that asks for something every time we go somewhere. It's like, can
Oh,
you bring me back?
oh,
They're
oh,
all pretty, yeah, loose and liberal
oh! I didn't know
kids.
that. I didn't know
They
that.
came, they came out of me.
Well, but spiritually, they're pretty.
Well, just the one, the older one.
Oh, okay. I thought they were
But
most.
her, no, her husband is,
Okay.
you know, he's very conservative religiously, but he still drinks and does and whatever he wants. kind of thing. And then the middle one, she and her husband are very laid back and liberal and very spiritual. And then Katie's about half and half. And Katie's the only kid I have that doesn't have tattoos. The rest of them all have tattoos. So, but she says she'll never, it's too painful.
I have my kids.
Paul's dozed off again.
I was going to say, who's sucking a
I
straw?
don't.
Yeah, it's Paul snoring.
I don't
Did
know
we
when
lose Did we get
he's
bored?
snoring loud. We got the other day when he fell asleep. The other day when he fell asleep, I called out Brim and asked him if I had a history of, if I had a past life as a Native American, and Brim came out to
Yeah.
talk to me, and Brim talking to me woke up Paul. Does anybody have any?
Did we lose
Yeah.
Celia? Did she just drop out?
I think
no.
she dropped out.
I didn't see.
I see you down there, Sonia. I love
Where
you.
she went. Yes.
Living with me is
Sonia,
like living with
is your
Lucy.
dragon
Nothing
wanna
phases my
come
husband,
out?
and I couldn't anymore. That's what
You
Bean
wanna
said.
come up
That's
and
funny as
the
shit.
dragon come
It's
to us
true.
with storm?
It's so true. It's my
Oh. Good night,
Good night,
Redley.
everyone.
It was good to have
Good
you
night,
up
Red
here.
night.
One. I love
Good night,
you.
Grim. Thank
I
you for
love
having
that
Good
me.
night,
back.
Graham.
medicine. I love that
night, I
medicine
We're
love you
all
bag.
all.
gonna stick together, right? We're all sticking.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you. Thank
you
you.
are so talented. Yes, and we're all sticking together, right? We're
That was
all
really,
all for one and one for all.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, we're
Yes, we
sticking
are.
together.
Because if we're not helping the Bigfoots, I don't know what we're doing.
I don't know what's happening
Okay, well,
there.
my Bigfoot's
Right?
got his M&Ms, his Cheerios, and his
Well,
jerky, and his cookies, and his pretzels.
we need to talk.
He's all set.
We need to meditate.
Yeah,
We need,
I know, but this is what happened last
Good night,
time.
everyone.
This is what happened last time, though, is we were talking and somebody went and told, and we all got in
Yeah.
big trouble, and it
I
was
know.
sad.
I
And
know it's going to happen.
I
I know
was,
it's
Oh
going
my
to
No,
God!
happen.
no,
Somebody,
I'm not
somebody
doing
told.
that.
I
No,
bet.
I'm trying to figure out how to back out of there gracefully without hurting anybody's feelings.
Hmm.
You know,
You,
how do I get out of there?
Well, you just visit every now and again, and that's what Yaya and I do. We just
Yeah,
visit
that's
every
kind of what
now
I
and
was
then.
doing. Just to,
well,
but I don't want to hear
now I haven't
the
abandoned
readings. You
April.
know, I
I
don't.
Right.
love April,
So,
and I go there. But I really have been sick lately,
yes.
and I've been in a
Yes.
lot of pain lately. But also, I am working on I'm on my own journey, and I'm working on my own spirituality. And I messaged her and I said, I
Right.
love you, but I'm working on my own spirituality right now, and I'm learning from a lot of different people, and they're helping me so much. Blah blah blah, and I want you to know
Right. How did that
why
go?
Mm-hmm.
How did that go?
you're seeing me in all these different places, and I'm so thankful for all the people I've met and my new friends that I'm trying to get y'all slowly introduced to, because they do a lot of lives while we're here and etc. And Brim has met, some of you have met Xyloanthius, and I'm trying to get Kimmy to come in,
Yeah, I have.
and
I was already following Tammy when
Kimmy, I
you
mean,
invited me. It was
oh
Adrian. I think it was Adrian. I
yeah,
didn't.
oh yeah, and I
Monkey
love
Boy and all
Adrian.
those other
He's so
people. I
I
was
awesome,
just
just
isn't
follow like
he?
following.
crazy.
What?
He is awesome.
Somebody said
He
something.
is
What?
awesome.
I've only been on TikTok for 6 months.
Wow.
Know
And
anybody, and I'm
you
learning.
know,
I'm learning from
what this,
everybody.
and
What you
then
ladies are.
Adrian
He's awesome.
singing those songs to lift the mood
Yes.
and everything. That was so cool. Because Mel, I had a kind
Well,
of
and
a
the
meltdown. I spiraled yesterday after Honey and I. Well,
he
Honey missed that
speaks a
part.
lot of wisdom. Adrian does. He's very calming. His voice and the
Adrian,
way he
yeah.
talks, and The things he says are very calming. Yeah, yeah. I was glad to have met him, and I followed him. But I was already
And
following all those other people.
so is you were already following Xylo too,
Yeah, I was following
honey?
everybody but Adrian.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yes,
I
I
love
was following everyone but Adrian.
and Lion King. See, that was the first I met Lion
Yeah,
King, and his smile is.
but I'll be honest. Yeah, so cute. But I don't get into a lot of lives. You know, Paul's the only live I really ever come into, besides Robin. That
Yeah.
and Paul's live is the only live I am active in. Like I come
Yeah.
up and
Well,
talk on.
I love Realms Live, but I love that group of people too, and the vibe and the love there. You know, I don't know. Anyway, but I learned from them. They're way cool people, and they're new friends that you know I enjoy, and I enjoy y'all. So it's kind of like I want my I want my tribes to intertwine, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anyway, I just tell y'all I love them, and
Yaya,
I hope you meet them. And if
Yaya
you
follows
meet them,
another woman, Opal. I think
Oh,
her
I
name is
do.
Spirit.
I don't know.
You know who
Opal.
I'm talking about, Paul? Spirit. And her
Yeah.
name is Opal? Yeah, I come into her lives during the day sometimes, but
The dragon lady?
no, is she the dragon? I don't know. She does readings, and her grandkids are always around her.
No, I don't
She's
know that
always
one.
doing
I know her
something.
name. I know the name, but I just don't remember who because I go through so many lives
I
myself.
think her TikTok name is Spirit, and
Hmm.
then I think that's
Spirit,
Opal. I think that's Opal.
spiritual something.
It's not Spiritual Spot. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about she's probably 50s with gray hair, wears it pulled back in a ponytail, and she
Yeah,
does readings. And
there's so many of those. What's her
she's
name?
always, I don't know, she's always
Opal.
doing something. But I like Yaya. She and Yaya go back and forth, and they talk about all these spiritual things all the time. And I just like to listen to them in the background because they just have a lot of wisdom. I'm always listening to them, but it's during the day. She's usually on during the day.
Oh well, you know.
What's her name?
Her TikTok name is Spirit, I think.
Spirit.
Tomorrow, I
Yeah.
have a feeling I'll be.
She's
Tomorrow, I'll
very
probably be laid
calm.
up.
She's real laid back.
Okay.
She's a psychic medium, and she does readings. So I mean, but mostly they just talk about all kind of things, you know, and I learn a lot from them. Yaya's got so much wisdom in her that I can never get enough of that.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I met her when I first came on TikTok.
Responding to chat, discernment is something that I struggle with, I think, and that's what, you know, talking about learning the truth. It's like I need better
But we
discernment.
have to understand too that truth is different. There's different truths. We all have our own perspectives. And
Absolutely
we're not
true.
going to say that your truth is wrong. It's just different from mine. You know, and
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with us having different
Well,
perspectives.
it's okay with different truths, but when you're
But at
when
the
you're
same
taking
time,
pictures from somebody else and then saying it's you and then doing stuff like that,
let's not talk about that, okay?
Yeah. Well, there is discernment. You have to learn discernment and know, but you also have to stand strong in your own beliefs. You have to know what
Right.
feels right in your heart. And if you open up your heart if that's the first chakra you open, no
Yeah.
matter what you're doing on your journey, if you start with your heart, you will pretty much always be okay. You know, you'll you can work on your third eye, you can work on your crown, your solar, you know, all the things, the groundings, all the whole things. But if your heart is open, then you can learn and you can
Yes.
discern. You can decide if that's a part you want to pull into yourself or if you just want to observe it for a little while. But you know, be the observer, not the absorber.
Right.
If that makes
Yeah.
sense. You know,
Absolutely makes sense.
you don't need to
I
absorb
like that.
everything out there. You
And
know,
then
Mm-hmm.
take what resonates and leave the rest.
that's what Robin
Absolutely.
says every day, and he's been saying that since the first day he came on live. Was,
Yeah.
you know, take what resonates, leave the rest. It's on you. You know, don't. And he'll always say, "I don't know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it."
We read one. I don't know if you were here the other night and Paul fell asleep and Mel and I
Yes.
were talking. Were you here?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
And found out I was an Iroquois huntress. I
Yes.
felt and that explains why as a kid I basically had like a Native American attitude, you know? I
Well,
think
Paul
would
has really
explain
grown
that.
a lot this last year, but he had to go
He
through
has.
hell. He went through pure
Is he
hell
awake?
to get there. I mean, he really did.
Is he awake?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, he was talking a minute ago.
I was just
There he
checking.
is.
I was just checking. Just kidding, honey.
How long is
I
it?
love you.
It's been what, a year, Paul, or more, since I met you.
Over a year and a half.
Yeah. But you have been through so much. But you've
Yeah.
grown. You have grown and grown and grown. You're still growing. You know, you're
Oh,
learning.
it's got more than a month.
Yeah, but it took what you went through to explode that growth. I think,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, and we
I
all
was in
had
fire,
some.
hell, and brimstone.
Yeah, well, we all had some hard lessons, but I think yours was way harder than mine. Way
You
harder.
must say I was, I was bathed in fire.
Yeah, you were. You were. I'm not denying it.
Absolutely.
But nobody could have told us. We had to learn it.
Some things we have to experience for ourselves. We can't be told by others, don't do that, or don't listen to that, or don't follow that, because we have to follow our own paths
I don't know if
for
you
our,
noticed.
for our own growth.
Just don't trust a guy with a fedora.
I don't know if you noticed the other night that Thomas Sawyer was in here for a while. Did y'all notice?
I didn't notice.
Yeah.
I noticed.
Sunday night.
I saw him come in. I've seen him come
Who is
in
that?
before, and I've said hi, and I think I said hi to him, and he just didn't respond.
Who is
Just like
that? Because I've
I
seen that
think
come in here.
he
I've seen him come in
likes
here a
to
bunch
see
of
what's
times.
going on or something. But
yeah,
you know,
I didn't say anything,
but
but
he
I
never
know
says
he comes.
anything.
No,
Who is he?
He's a psychic medium guy.
he's
Oh,
He probably
I've
wants
seen him
to
in here a
see.
few times.
Probably sees
Yeah.
us in the boxes or something and wants to see what we're doing or listening to.
I've seen him in my life a few times. I just didn't know who he was. I was like,
I
Sawyer.
bet he, I
If
bet
it-
he sees
if-
you or me, and he wants to know what we're up to.
Yeah,
Probably.
I'm
He's
sure.
nosy.
That's
But
kind of what I figure. I don't know.
yeah, he, he's funny. But I've known him for a long time too. When I first got on TikTok, the very first person I truly met was Robin, and it was like his very first live ever. the first live he ever had. I clicked on it, and it's like the first or second person that came into the live, and it was back
Wow.
when he had real long hair, and he didn't know what the
did?
hell he was doing,
Who
and
had
it
real
took us a
long?
year.
Who are you
It took
talking
us
about?
Robin. His hair was Robin,
Robin.
and
Okay.
he didn't know what the hell he was doing. He didn't understand that he was channeling. He really didn't. And so for a year and a half, we went on a journey with Robin to figure out what the heck he was going through, and who Asiel was and what it was and how it worked. And he took us through the whole process of what he looked like, you know, when he first let Asiel like in, because he was fighting it, you know, just all the time fighting it and thinking he was crazy. And that's when he started putting out all those readings for the collective. Have you gone to his website and read those, Suzanne? They
Um,
are
You know,
amazing. They are amazing.
I
There's like
haven't.
you know who else
I
comes in
haven't
here?
seen his website. You're talking about Robin, right? Oh, I need to check that out.
yeah,
Where'd
just
you
go
You know
see?
to
who- We have a
yeah, go
famous
listen
people
to
that
his
comes in here.
You
too.
have what?
There's a famous person that comes in here, and I've seen him in here quite a bit.
Who?
I've never said anything.
Well, who is
Billy
it?
Carlson.
Oh,
Really?
really?
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
he's been in here.
Good.
Well, now I'm self-conscious.
No kidding.
No, I'm glad
Now I
to
feel
hear
like I've been
that.
talking like an idiot.
Well, I
I go
think
listen to us on your YouTube, and all I can think of is I sound like an idiot. You know?
no, you don't.
I don't
You
know.
just
I
it's
know I
really
do, but I don't care.
it's I probably do, but I probably sound like one, but I admit it. You know, I'm
I
I'm
don't listen to my lives.
I'm trying to
Well,
learn.
we
I
all know
don't
you're on. You just gotta go.
I don't come here to um, pretend to know the answers. I come here to learn as much as I can
Yeah.
and to help myself
I
grow.
just want to ask a lot of questions about everybody.
And you and
You know,
I
everybody has different answers, and I just
and
think that's so.
Absolutely.
yes, but um, and the love that you know it. That's what um, you know. I'm so isolated, and that's not who I am, and it's been really, really difficult for me. And like Honey,
Yeah,
Sonia,
same for me.
and Mel, and some other people have given me so much love, and Tammy and the New Zealanders. I have just being in that room, just surrounded. That
It's okay. I just give you spankers, right?
do what? Yeah, and tell me what a brat I am. I love you too, Bram.
What
But
a bad girl you are.
that room is like it's like a cocoon almost. It's just there's just so much love, and so it's like I go different places for different
Yeah.
things, and and it's like a couple of them were talking about dragons, and it was like, well, I know who you should talk to then, you know, and it's like y'all need to talk to Brett. You need to come to Bram's lives, talk to him, talk to Sonia, and they can answer anything about dragons you have. I bet, you
And
know.
a lot of what she knows came from me.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys,
Because you've known Sonia for a long time, haven't you, Paul?
but you guys
Um,
have real experience too.
January.
Oh, I thought you knew her longer than me. Than you knew me.
But you know,
No.
Sonia
Well,
has the
let
most.
me put it this way.
I'm,
I've known
Sonia has the
her
most
human
loving
side since
heart.
January.
Oh,
Did you hear what I
Yeah,
said?
she does.
And I feel
Yes.
so much love from
What?
her, and I am so grateful to her.
So am I.
And, you know, I'm really grateful for you guys too. It's just that her openness recently has really touched me, and I just really appreciate it so much.
That's great because, you know, it all depends on who resonates with you. And the
Right.
message is getting out no matter what. But I'm glad that somebody, you know, you resonate with each other too, you know?
Yeah.
Like I said before, I'm not sitting here with a fedora on doing cartwheels and saying I'm going to do short tall and all that. I'm not here putting on a show. I'm not sitting here talking about UFOs and listening to everybody's interviews. And I'm not here, you know, trying to get galaxies and do readings. What am I here for? This is alive. It's about all of you guys. You make the live, you know. You
It's
guys are the
I know
pulse
when I
of
met,
live.
Well,
it's
when I,
about
all of us together make the live.
when
You
I
and
came
all of us
across,
together.
we
Yeah.
are
across
about
you,
we are a
Suzanne.
place for it's a space for community,
Yeah.
and
And
we
that's how I look at this.
we become a
Yes.
group of friends, and anybody that shows up is welcome here.
Yeah.
And you know, and we love
We
each
have open
other.
hearts, open minds, and willing spirits.
We love
Well,
each
I
other
noticed somebody hasn't been
already,
in here
but
for a
the
while.
more we get to know each
Who?
other, the more dear you are all to me too, you know?
I might have to
Absolutely.
get some new mods because Trina hasn't been in here in the
Wonder
last
why.
3 times. I
I
don't
know.
know. Well,
I keep
I don't
inviting
know.
her, and she sends me lots of things to other people's lives,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen her in here in a long time.
Not in a
Well,
When I
while.
came across you, Suzanne,
Do
we
what?
were just talking a little bit, you know, in the other live that I met you in. I was like, oh my God, that's my sister. I was like,
Uh-huh.
oh, immediately. I was like,
Who?
that's my sister.
Oh, me?
Yeah,
Yes.
When we met?
yeah, because I would be going to type something and you'd already typed it.
Oh,
And I'd
how
be like,
funny.
damn, she just wrote the same thing I was about to write.
Yeah,
And
Please
I,
get out of my head.
or I would send it and then you would type it right under the exact same thing. Whatever.
Jinx.
It
Jinx,
was
throw me a soda.
it was
That's so
weird
funny.
though, but the minute I met you, I thought, oh, that's my sister. I know her.
That's
I don't know.
nice. Yeah. Well,
I'm
I
like
mean,
getting
I
a lot of
remember
people
you
that
told
stopped
me
coming
right
in here.
away that you thought we had had a life together before or something.
Which
Would you say,
confuses me.
I think we have. I
It
think a lot
confuses
of us
me.
have.
It
I,
confuses me because there was three or four people I thought would come in here a lot, and you know they haven't just stopped coming in like Trina, Lizzie, and Heather, and Rachel. They used
Well,
to come in here a lot. Now they don't come in here, and you know it's whatever at this point. You know, like I said
well,
before, you
well, I
know,
mean, it could just be that
It can be
there's
intimidating. You
someplace
guys
else
don't know
that's
each other
gotten,
so well.
it's,
huh?
no, people may wonder why I'm not at every one of April's lives. I don't know. Every one of your lives
Well,
is
no, see,
different.
I've talked to them
But,
off TikTok too,
okay, well, I don't know. You know,
and they
maybe
haven't talked.
they want
They
to.
haven't talked to me off TikTok either. So I don't know.
well, we know
Hmm.
why Rachel won't come, and it's my fault, and I've
Oh, I
apologized.
don't care. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I don't know Rachel.
It's a Rachel
So that
problem,
must be
not a
before.
Paul problem.
That must be before my time.
And the same thing with Heather. It's a Heather problem. It's a Trina problem. It's a Dizzy problem. Not a Paul problem.
It makes me
It's
Yeah.
their
sad, though,
choice.
too.
I did
It
nothing
makes
to
me
them.
sad.
They choose not to come in here. That's on them.
Bye bye.
I just feel bad,
Did
you
somebody
know.
just say bye bye?
I heard
Yeah.
I
somebody
did.
say bye bye.
I've got this whole new outlook on life because I'm a people pleaser. I'm a people pleaser. You would never tell it, but people that do that, they're not worth your energy. It's not worth the energy
Right.
that it takes to
Yeah.
be upset. It just takes so much out of you. You have so much to give. You give so freely you all have very strong personalities, as I do, right? Like, that can be intimidating to somebody that doesn't understand that. But
Oh,
if they're your
Yeah.
friends
like
and you talk to them
like
on the
me,
TikTok,
like me and Honey being strong personalities.
Well,
well,
these
I
people
think
he's
every
talking
Indian
about,
has a pretty strong personality, right?
they have very strong personalities also, these people that
Oh,
Paul was
no.
talking about.
Well,
And
Yeah, but
they don't
sometimes
like
people
not
who have
having
strong
control.
personalities can't handle being around other people with strong personalities because it makes them feel weak. It makes
I
them
think
feel
some
like
of
they're
them are
not really
jealous.
strong.
Yeah, it's
That's a
Oh,
jealousy. And you know
possibility.
what? Oh, well, it's
I'm
Well,
a
not worth it.
strong
You have so much to give.
personality, but I feel I've always been a strong personality, but I've been knocked on my ass and I'm digging my
I think
roots out.
I think
Kind
a
of
bunch.
thing.
Well, I know two of them had a thing for me, and I didn't entertain that to a point, and I got mouthed at.
I don't know who. Jewel? You say
Two of them
Jewel?
had a
Two
Oh,
of them.
two of
no.
them.
What I said was two people had
ideas,
a
ideations.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
I like that.
I didn't entertain that. I said no, let's just be friends, and that's it.
They had
And I guess they
designs
didn't
on
like
I'm
it.
gonna
you.
say it again. Bye bye. Not worth it. Not worth it.
Adios, amigos.
I wish you
Hasta
luck. Good
luego.
luck. I love you. Have a great life. But it's not worth
Yep.
another thought in my head. Sorry. Taking up space. They're not worth it. You were so much more than that.
I'm just being
Yep.
myself. I mean, take it or leave it. That's all I have to say. And I came into this thing like 2 Sundays ago. It's whatever. I'm going with the
Sonia,
flow of
are
the
you here
universe.
still? Are you here?
She left.
Okay,
She said she good night. She said good night earlier. I don't know if she left, but she said
I
good night.
missed it. I'll have to message her.
Oh, I didn't even see her say that either.
She
I'm
couldn't
so
hear.
glad
She
to
said she
be
couldn't
getting
hear.
to know her more. You know, she used to come in and be up here, and
Never say a word.
I saw her and met her, but she was always quiet, and then she'd go
She's very quiet.
and now
And
hearing
sometimes
her,
with
Yeah,
us, being very quiet is not a good thing because it's hard to get a word in edgewise with us.
hearing her,
She's quiet on
hearing
here.
her story blew
She's
my
quiet on
mind,
here.
and
Well,
I am
Red
so impressed that she survived her childhood and her motherhood and where she
Yeah.
is
Why she has her
today.
dragon. This
What?
is my
She's a
conclusion.
very strong woman.
She has a
Yeah,
dragon soul. She has a dragon
That's,
soul.
I understand, but like I listened a lot, right? I looked a lot in these things,
Did
and then I
you?
put some things together with my husband, and I'm like, that's
Yeah,
why you
yeah.
guys, you have a dragon soul. You're gonna go through
Have
more
you
things
heard
than
Sonia's
people
whole
can
story?
handle.
Have you heard Sonia's whole story?
I got a good gist
No.
of it, but I didn't hear the whole story. I'm gonna go look for it on YouTube.
Yeah, it'll
But
blow
I got
your
a good
mind.
gist of it. I know what
Yeah,
my
we
I
kind
know
of
my
have a
husband
similar
should be dead,
thing.
and he's not.
It's really an incredible story, and I want to go find it and watch the
It
video
should be
to
up.
hear it. I
did you
really
put
want
it
to
in?
hear it again and absorb more and find the questions that I meant to ask and forgot to ask or didn't think to ask at the time. But I
That's
was
why
her
me and her relate to
interviewer.
each other very well. Me
What?
and her
Yeah.
relate to each other very well because we went down the
Yeah,
same road.
yeah, I get that, and she's amazing. She's
Yeah.
Well, I
really
used to think my childhood was crap until I heard your story, Paul. I was like, okay, I guess it wasn't so bad. You know, it was pretty rough, but it wasn't
Well,
close to yours.
ev you can't look at the way somebody else was raised and how you were raised and say mine was worse or theirs was worse because everybody's experience is their experience.
Yeah.
And we,
Each little trauma is different for everyone, and
Hell is hell, no
some
matter how
things
you
you don't
define
realize
that.
are traumas at the time until you
absolutely.
realize that wasn't normal, and that wasn't
Right.
because when you're living a certain way, especially as a child, and that's all you're supposed to, you think that's that's the way it is. And then
Right.
when you see something completely different, you go, why is my family so different? You know?
Absolutely.
And then other things happen, and then later you learn that wasn't okay at all. And that damaged me, and but none of it was done purposefully. It was selfishness and ignorance.
Well,
Right.
my
Yeah.
parents did the best they could for where they were at the time, and I understand that as an adult. I mean, it was hard. Actually, when I was little, I didn't know that much different, except the. Have you ever read John Chisholm's A Painted House? It's about the difference in living in poverty in Arkansas versus Memphis. Where the rich people and there's so much prejudice and hateful.
Yeah.
That's my life. We lived.
Yeah, yeah.
We grew up outside. We were wild animals in the
Hang on
forest.
just a second. I'm trying to find out if all these notifications are for me or somebody else. Is somebody else getting a bunch of notifications or hearing them?
Yes,
No, I'm not getting any notifications.
am.
Why? What's being said?
Are they yours, Paul?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I'm not ignoring people and pissing them off. Okay.
But anyway,
No.
yeah, we grew up outside, and my cousins we thought they were rich. My grandmother was very famous. She knew Elvis. She ran around in crowds like that. And then, drove her Cadillac everywhere. And there was so much racism and prejudice. And we just knew it was wrong. We didn't like it because all our friends were black. We were we were only two white families who lived anywhere close around us, around the bio where I grew up. And my father was a violent alcoholic, and my poor mom had, he worked 2 or 3 jobs. My mom worked 2 or 3 jobs. As we got old enough, we all started working. And then my dad just brought us here to get us out of all that racism. It was so bad. And my grandmother called him the N-word, like that was his name. And she talked and was just my uncle was a deputy sheriff in Memphis, and all he talked about was the
Nuggets.
atrocities he perpetrated on people on a daily basis. I mean, he was gleeful about all the things he was able to do. And we just were very poor, never really having anything, and a lot of violence.
Honey, wait. Hateful acts
We had a lot.
against people of color. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, and
You were talking really fast.
he was a deputy sheriff, and that. Well, he was a deputy sheriff, and that's what he talked about was what they were able to do, how fun it was all the time,
Thank you.
and
Oh, God.
and my
I'll wear that
dad
piercing
was
well.
violent. My mother put up with it. She put
Don't
up
be
with his
specific,
violence.
honey.
He beat us.
Be careful,
Yeah, I
honey.
mean, my brothers and myself, but not my sisters, which was very strange. But, it was just a lot of strife, and a lot of poverty. And then as an adult, I was able to see that they were very much in love, but they couldn't live together. You know what I'm saying?
They were
couldn't
dysfunctionally enough. Yes.
very much.
My
And
parents were the same
they
way.
were together until
It's
my
for
mom.
entertainment purposes only.
You know, they were.
I
Well,
wanted to cover everybody's
I
behinds because I
I
love
was
everybody in
Right.
as
here.
a child.
Well,
As a child, I was very privileged because my mother didn't have to work. They both went to college. My father was an executive for the Federal Aviation Administration. He was over the southern quarter of the United States. He was racist as fuck, and I didn't. I knew all along. I knew in my heart from birth it was wrong, and nobody had to show me it was wrong. I knew it was wrong, and
Oh, I love those.
the way that's what I'm telling you know that's that's the beginning of my being the black sheep of the family. I was so different, and I always stood up for the underdog. I always stood up
I was the same way.
for I always stood up for what was right. And there's nobody that can convince me that what I stood up for wasn't right. And that's why I spent so much time
Hmm.
always with my dog, always in the woods. And my mother was
Yep.
a very nurturing, loving mother when we were babies and when we were small children. And the older we got, the more it was. Well, I also know as little children we were dressed to the nines, and boy, my grandmother loved buying us Easter outfits and stuff like that. When we went to church, we were very well dressed. Our Easter dresses, you would they would rival anyone's. We could have gone to Easter at the White House the way we were dressed with our white gloves and our white little bobby socks and our little Mary Janes and our fancy Easter dress with petticoats. This was, and I was in Atlanta, Georgia, I was a child in the early '60s. Like I think I was five. I was five when Kennedy was assassinated, and Vietnam was going on, and I would see all these things on TV, and we had a black maid, and I was well aware of my family's place, and I saw black families move in, the white families move out, mine included. I heard the way my father talked. He was over education and training for FAA, so it was very impacted by hiring practices, and civil rights laws were changing. And, I was standing up for what was right. And in a time, well, first of all, for my age, would be unusual because I was so young, but that continued throughout my life till when, I was a caseworker in a family emergency homeless shelter. And, but
yeah.
anyone, any homeless or anybody, no matter who you were, could come in for the evening meal for free. Very, very good food. And all you had to do was sign in. People wrote Mickey Mouse if they wanted to, but after a few times, they had to be able to show a TB card to show they'd been tested, or they could come to us and we would get them tested. But, I was always the different one in my family. And my sister lived in Tulsa. That's why I moved here, was to be near family with my little baby. And we went to festival that we have here every spring called Mayfest. And somebody yelled from across, 4 lanes. Okay, it's all closed down for the festival, so there's people everywhere. The streets are closed off except for people. And somebody yelled, "Hey, Suzanne!" and was waving, and I looked up and saw him, and I was like, "Oh, hey, Bob," or whatever his name. And my sister looks at me and she goes, "Oh, all the drugs of society."
Rugs.
She's the one I'm no contact
Wow.
with. He's the one I'm no contact with.
Well, I
Well,
thought my parents were great parents. I thought my parents were pretty good parents until I became a parent, and then I realized all of the really terrible things that my parents allowed to happen that shouldn't have happened, like me dating a 24-year-old when I was 15.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah, I mean, if my teenage
Entertainment
daughter
purposes
had
only.
said exactly, and so the idea that I would let my 14-year-old or 15-year-old go anywhere with a grown man, it horrifies me. It horrifies me that my parents actually allowed that. And
Yeah.
then, like 3 years ago, my nephew was staying with us, and because he was homeless, he was staying with us. And one night he says to me, I was talking to him about my childhood, and I was like, I said, your grandma and grandpa, they weren't really good parents. And he goes, oh yeah, why is that? And I was like, well, when I was 15 years old, they let me date a grown man. And he goes, oh, Dad told me all about that. This is my brother. He's talking about my brother. He told me all about that and how your mom and dad, it broke their hearts because they just could not control you. And they had no choice but to let you do what you wanted to do. I was 15 years old. Give me a break. I lost my mind on him. I told him, I said, how dare you? How dare you? I said, you're hearing one side of a story, a very lopsided side of the story.
You might have something kind of cool.
What's that?
We're trying to lighten it up a little.
Absolutely.
I was after everything that happened today. I don't know if you heard about my synchronicity day.
I didn't.
I hadn't.
Okay, that'll lighten this up a little. Today, I've had a busy damn day. So, I went to the store. I just got something in my pocket and I remembered this. And I forgot to add this into the part of the story too. But anyway, I decided I want a steak. So I was like, man, I was like, yeah, I want a steak. But I was like, it's just probably something like $23. So I had cool luck. So I went and looked. The steak was $7.77.
Awesome.
And then, like, okay. So I went and I went to pick up different things.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Okay.
So
All
then,
right, hun.
I went to get the, I went to get 2 lighters, and it came out to $3.33. I went and got a bunch of candy. It was $7.77. I'm like, what is going on here? And then I was like, oh, hold on a minute. And I went to go pick up something else. I turned around and the register said $33.33. And the guy's looking at me, goes, why is there so many synchronicities? And I wasn't I was noticing it, but I didn't say anything. You know how you look at something like, I wasn't paying attention too much of it. So then, at the end, I go, well, he goes, he rang everything up, and he goes, that'll be $77.77.
Wow.
I went, seriously? Seriously? And then, and I went, I took it, put it in the car, and we stopped somewhere. I forgot what. She had to go to Social Security or something, and we got out of the car, and I don't know why it came into my head. I was sitting in the car, and then I was thinking about my tarot cards, right? This is the part where I forgot to add in. I was thinking about my tarot cards for some reason, and my starseed cards. I go, you know what? I wish I really had a bag to put them in, something that would fit. And I was like, and I was trying to think. I said the two bags I got really don't fit them. Those oracle cards. I really need something for that. You know, it kind of doesn't feel like me. You know, I need something that says me. I said I could make one. I mean, I could sew and do that. I need a material. I said, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna get out of the car and I lit a cigarette. I step out and I slid on something. I'm like, huh? What's that? I pick it up. Right, and this is what it was.
What the heck? That's pretty cool. What
It's
is that?
It's a bag with
Oh,
an alien
no
on
way.
it,
What the heck?
and it's the same
Oh,
size.
how cool.
That's like
Is
that
the-
tablecloth you found that time, remember?
It's right here.
Yeah, you got it on your table.
Yeah. Talk about not manifesting anything.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was getting it, and these are the cards I was talking about. Because I have it in this one, and I really didn't like it. Doesn't feel like me for this deck. You know what I'm saying? This deck in here, and let me show you this deck. I was like, no, you know what? There's, you know, I usually, it was this deck here. It's the biggest one I have, and it's hard to find bags for them, you know.
Yeah.
I have mine
But
in a
I was
box.
like, I had mine in a box, and I was like, you know what? I really wanted a bag to put it in, something that fits. So, here you go.
That's cool.
Are you kidding me? Perfectly
That's
fit.
very cool.
That's extremely cool.
And it's got an
Wow.
alien on it.
And it's got an alien on it.
The Oracle Starseed cards.
That's really cool.
And it was all with synchronicity today. It was weird. And then all day I kept
Now
seeing.
you see why I was tripping out when it was happening to me like over and over and over again for days in a row all the time. It was driving me crazy. I was like, oh my God, I'm losing my
It wasn't
mind.
just the numbers on the. It wasn't just the numbers on the register and the items of the food, right? It gets even better than that. I went to go do the laundry. I was going to do some laundry today, and I did one load, and I put quarters in. For some reason, the thing said 11:11. I'm like, okay, whatever. So the clothes dried. So I came back here, and when it was 11:11, I looked at the clock. I looked at the washer, and then there was. I looked at the clock at 222, 333, 444, 555, 777, all damn day. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? And it's like, all I kept seeing was sevens and threes today. I thought I was going to lose my flipping mind.
Yep. See, that's what I was experiencing, and y'all were like, "Why are you freaking out?" And I was like, "Cause it was coming too fast. It was just too much." I was like, "What? Why? Slow down! You're freaking me out."
It was freaking me out.
Yeah.
And then I went to check my orders on how much, because I do some orders because of, the stuff I make. One order is $33. Another order is $11. One order is 77 cents. Yeah, and I was like, you know what? I give up. I was like, you know what? I get it. You're trying to give me numbers today. And I've been busy all day today. Everything's been one giant synchronicity.
Yep.
I'm like, I don't know.
That's cool. I have a question. Where do you guys get your crystals from?
Um, I get mine from a supplier in China.
I get mine from Lychee Gems in Naharo, Africa.
I get mine from our travels. I have to put my hands on them, and
Yeah, I'm
we
the
also
same way.
we have a
I
shop
get
here in
mine
town
by when
Well,
I
I
see
would,
mine.
but I don't have any crystal shops around me.
I don't either. Whenever they show them on the camera, I look and I can feel the energy. I'm like, no, that one. And
I've
Yeah,
got a
me
few
too.
from
I know which
Temu.
ones are meant to be mine through the TV. I can feel them, you know?
like
Yeah.
this one right here. Oh, hold on, let me get it off. Oh, there goes my headphone.
You
What
want to
year
hear
was that?
synchronicity from talking about crystals? I ordered this through their little company called Boho, and
Uh-huh.
he has Lemurians, and he has a lot of. They make jewelry, like their own homemade,
Right.
like with copper around it and stuff like that. Well, I ordered a Lemurian, just like a handheld, like point one, for like $20, and it's really cool, and I could just feel it through the phone. And well, it came in, and I was going to my new apartment, and I had sent everything to the new place, and I was bringing the boxes upstairs, and I had my keys in my hand, and I said, I really need to get a keychain for these keys so I don't lose them. I take all the packages open, and whatever, I open the Lemurian. What falls out of the bag? A new keychain with 3 charms on it. And the 3 charms, ready for this? The 3 charms are: one's a spaceship. The other one is, it looks like Mother Earth, like an earthy type. It has like symbols and like a moss agate gem on it. And the other one's an amethyst. I'm like, wow, this keychain matched me so well. These people didn't know I needed one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And today I told him, I said, thanks for the keychain. I let him know, and his girlfriend whose wife, whatever, sent it for me, was so excited because it matched me, you know? She's like, oh, intuitive gift giving. I'm like, yeah, you
Like
did a
this
really
one-
great job.
Like this one, when the lady, she had her, hold on. I don't know if I can show you. Let me get to it. When the lady picked this out, I was, I don't know if you can see it. No. Let me shut the
No,
effect off.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not wrong one. Is it that?
And the keychain that they're all on is a heart. It's a silver heart that they're hanging off of the charms.
Cool.
So cool. I just love it.
Like this
It
one
is.
here.
It was so thoughtful. Is that
Yeah.
Larimar?
Yeah, you notice who's on the front of it?
Huh?
Do you see it?
No, turn it a little bit. I can't see it.
It's like darker. It almost looks like a person.
Like a or
Yeah. It's
I
my
can see
face.
his face. and-
It's your face?
It's my face on it. I have the beard and the hair and everything. It's a face on it.
Wow.
And I went through hundreds
We
of them.
can't see it too clear through the phone,
It's
hon. We can
hard.
only see it. It looks like a shape
Yeah.
of a person, but that's all we can see.
That's all we can see, yeah.
Hold on. Well, I can't.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I see it better there. Yeah, wow.
And Trina is actually the. I went through the crystals and I was like, I need a Lemar. I need a Lemar. The whole entire show, I'm like, there's a Lemar in there. There's a Lemar today. And usually I don't think about it because it was expensive stuff. I'm like, Larimar, 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 Larimar. And lady's going through, I'm like, nope, 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 nope. And then we finally goes through, she goes into a shop and like, she gave up. She goes in the shop, she puts the camera down, and then I was like, there's something in that tub of Larimar there. I was like, pick out all the round ones and oval ones. So she picks them all out. The last one she picked was the oval one, which was this one. And I only
Hmm.
seen that side of it. And I was like, you know what? And then she picked it up and she goes like this, and Trina goes, oh my God, that looks like you. And then the
Huh.
lady, and then the lady, she goes, it does look like Brim. And I'm like, and I looked at it, and I'm like, oh my God, really?
Wow.
And that was out of like hundreds of them. There was hundreds of them there. I have no idea how I found it. I just followed
It
the
found
energy.
you.
That's how, yeah, that's
It
kind of
found you.
how I do it when I pick my crystals out. When I'm online, I follow the energy. That's probably why I'm good with reading people's energies on here, because
Yes.
when I wanted my crystals, that's how I do my crystals. That's why this right here, that was one of a kind. That right there, he only had one in the shop, and I'm like, I want that.
Yeah.
I want that. And he didn't have any more of them. He's like, what?
I feel you, Brim, on that because I just know instinctively if it's
Yeah.
supposed to be mine or not.
It has the right energy.
You know?
I have
Yeah.
a crystal story. So my
What's that?
sister had sent me a long time ago an Oregon pendant, and it came with this black tourmaline pendant, and I forgot all about it, and I found it, I don't know, 2 months ago, and I'm like, oh, cool. I clean them, and I wear the pendant, or I put the Oregon thing in my pocket or whatever. But I have this little black tourmaline, and I like that it, absorbs the negative stuff, and I'm in tech, so I'm
Yeah.
around all kinds of EMF and all that. So I drop them in my bra, right? And that's kind of
Mm-hmm.
where I wore it every day, and that's where it lived. And the other night, I bent over to in the dishwasher. The thing comes flying out of my shirt. My husband was like, "What the hell was that?"
What the
Because
fuck?
I'm like,
He's like, what the
"Oh
hell?
no!" And I'm all upset. And he's helping me look. He doesn't even know what he's looking for. And then I'm like, "Oh, I found it." I told you I broke him because he was just like Honey's husband when I met him. And then I like, "Oh no, it's broken." And he has no clue. Like, I talk about him. I talk about his dragon, and he's pretty good. Like I said, living with Lucy, he just goes with the flow. I heard today. I heard him before watching this thing about clearing your chakras, and I'm like, "Are you wondering about how to clear your chakras?" And he just looked at me. I guess he's trying to figure out what's going on. You know, I'm like, "Well, when you figure it out, let me know. I haven't learned that yet."
It's on my page, actually. There's a lot of info on my page past a lot of my videos.
I
And
started going through them. I tried to start from the bottom, but there's a lot, so I've been just kind of
yeah,
picking through them. I'll look for it.
there's the videos about your chakra. It talks about the hand poses. It talks about the emerald tablets are in there in my
I
videos.
I learned,
I
like, my
have,
synchronicities come from listening to you guys or hearing something, and then I'm like, oh, and then all of a sudden it shows up on my, FYP. I
Uh-huh.
was like,
I
Yeah.
have
oh,
a
then I
lot of
must need
that
to learn
stuff.
about that.
I
So I
watch,
learned
I
about
watch
the
a lot
violet
of that on
flame,
YouTube.
which was kind of
I
cool.
learned a lot of that from the people on YouTube. That's where I got my sitting in the power
Look,
meditation is from YouTube.
I don't know. Some
the
of my stuff just
interesting
comes
thing
natural.
for me on this journey is, honey, I'm like you. I can research and find anything. Like, one of the people I work with once said to me, "Do you ever think about like working for, being a CSI agent or a librarian?" And I started laughing. I'm like, they're not even close. Why would you say that? They're like, there's nothing you can't learn about or find out about. But in this journey, it's not for me. I haven't gone that route. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's just because there's so much popping up, or like, this to me is I'm so grateful I have a place to ask questions and not just listen to a lot of other people talk and try and figure out if any of it resonates.
hmm
But so thank you.
Well, I've
But I'm
been
a lot
on
like you,
YouTube for a
honey.
long time, and I think I was most grateful for finding Alex Ferrari on Next Level Soul, because he has so many different people on his podcast. that come from everywhere, and they just explain so much. But you know, meditation for me is kind of a, you know, sometimes I just want to do it myself and just sit and empty, and sometimes I want a guided. I want to hear the guided. I want to hear the music, and then sometimes I just put on
I
Enya
can't do the
and
guided one.
just space out to Enya, you know. But the
I love
very
Enya.
first meditation I ever did was
Well,
when we went to church. We started a group for contemplative prayer, and that's where I first learned how to do the binaural, where you have, you know, both ears going, different sounds in both ears.
Yeah.
And I would, there was, we were studying Richard Rohr. He's a monk, a Franciscan monk, and he introduced us to this one meditation, and it's rain and on the tin roof, and then you have the bonging on the other side. And my husband would come home and think I'd stroked out in the chair, you know, because I just went out to the
my
meditation.
husband would just make sure I was not hurting myself because I'm good
Yeah.
like that. I lit
Yes.
myself on fire making spaghetti once.
Oh my lord.
But
I say my husband really was a lot like your husband, and I am just not. Like conservative is not a.
right.
I'm like, oh, shiny, let's go. Oh, that looks like
Yes.
fun. Like, okay, let's go. Life is, you know, happens once. My
Yeah.
husband won't think things through until you can't do whatever he was thinking about anymore.
Right.
For me,
It's
I
like you
just
don't
ran
even
right over
want
him.
to
It
think
didn't
about it
phase him,
anymore. He's
you know.
talked it out so much. There's no fun to it anymore. It's all regimented. You know, he's always, our
He had no,
vacations
he
have
had
all
no
been
choice.
so
It was either
planned.
go with the flow or like drown.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's
I
fine.
gotta tell
I'm
y'all
like go with the flow.
a funny I Love Lucy moment of my mother's. We were moving, and we had all stopped. We had stopped at Whataburger to get something to eat, and my cousin, she was like maybe 6. She had grabbed one of the, you know, that Whataburger has those little square plastic tubs with ketchup in them.
Right.
She
I
had
don't know
hit
what a
it.
Whataburger is.
Oh, it's
Oh,
a
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It's a hamburger restaurant. It
Okay,
has these.
yeah.
They have these little plastic tubs with ketchup in them, and you peel the foil back, and you can dip your fries in the ketchup. Well, she had taken it and she smacked it and shot ketchup across the room, and we all laughed because it was big, funny, you know. And my uncle says, "Amy, how did you do that?" And so my mother says, "Oh, this is how she did it. She peeled the bit back and smacked it and hit this man. It shot across the room, hit this man that was fixing to take a bite out of his burger, right up his face." My mother goes over there. "Oh, I'm so sorry," and she's wiping him with napkins and smearing the ketchup everywhere, making it worse. And he's laughing so hard, he drops his burger. He's laughing so hard. We're all laughing. We're all got tears running down our face. The manager comes out and comps the guy's meal for him. My mother was so embarrassed. She was like, "I can't believe I did that." I'm like, "Mom, you do stuff like that all the time." So
I
that was
just
my
laughed.
mother. She was a nut. She was an absolute nut.
My
Well,
oldest told me the other day, I have adult children, it's like, I think you need to be tested for adult ADHD. He's like, you were just like, we were just talking about something else. I said, honey, I've been like this my entire life. Like, you just noticing?
Right.
He's like,
Yeah.
you are the poster child. I'm like, I don't know. My husband, I think half say half. He just knows. He's probably one of the rare people in this world that understand me. But yeah,
Well,
I get that. There's things I don't need in a business meeting.
I think that's how it kind of has to be sometimes, isn't it? Where you have to be opposite in order for. I mean, because you know he plans things out, but I don't plan at all. So, like, if it was up to me, we'd never get there.
No.
You know. So,
Yeah.
thank God
And I
he
have the
plans
biggest,
things out.
if it wasn't for my husband, I probably would have still have 3 families living in my house from Katrina.
Oh
Like,
my goodness.
he's
Oh,
a smart
bless your
guy.
heart.
Like, I don't think I could be with somebody that's smart. I'm like, listen, we have the room. There's people that have nothing, they lost everything. You know, let's build. And he's so smart. He's like, honey, your big heart is what I love about you the most. He said, I understand where you're coming from. And then his words were like, you have to like, he's one of those people, you have to ask the right question if you want to get the answer you're looking for. Otherwise, it's like pulling freaking teeth, right? So
Right.
he says, he says, but how long can you, not we, how long can you support a family? Like, what if they don't go have some place to go in 6 months? Like, you don't know, like, how long
What their
can you do that?
situation is,
Meaning, I'll
yeah.
support you and I'm here for you, but yeah, I'm not paying for 12 other people to live here, you know,
Right.
for 3 years. And they probably still would be because I'm like that.
Yeah.
He's, yeah, we meet somewhere in the middle, right? You know, I like to think of it as he grounds me and I give him life.
You balance each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good balance. It's frustrating sometimes, but it's a good balance.
And see, my husband and I, we
Honey,
were
can I
exact,
ask you a
like,
question?
different opposite poles completely. Mm-hmm.
What did you
Hey,
say,
honey. I was saying to Honey,
Mm,
um, I heard your reading the other day with Robin,
you did.
and so you guys, are you gonna go on vacation or no?
Yes. I explained when I first came on here that, when he came on, I felt him. I knew he was on, but I was on with my brother on a very important call. And so by the time I got in there, and Suzanne was beside herself and bought me that reading, which I did not think I wanted because of that, I got the reading. And of course, it kind of sent me into another spiral. And I had to really think and think and think. And then I realized I'm thinking too much. So I did a very deep meditation with intention last night. And when I woke up this morning, all of my symptoms, all of my anxiety, every single thing was gone. And
Awesome.
the answer that I had was, there's no fear. And what happened yesterday also was Suzanne went off the deep end and I had to talk her off the ledge. And we were in another live where several other people were talking her off the ledge. And in the meanwhile, we were all talking about the fact that we just can't let fear rule us. We can't manifest that into us.
Absolutely.
The more you concentrate on the fear, the more you bring the fear to you. And I think that's what I've been doing. And I've been working on this, Soapy, for 2 or 3 weeks now, where I've had off and on anxiety and tearful and just not feeling good, like I have the flu, kind of thing. And I think I'm just going through a lot of ascension symptoms and a lot of weird dreams and things. And, my sister's bugging me to death about my brother and all kind of stuff. And so when I woke up, it was like I was in a whole different place this morning. And
Awesome.
the aches and pains and the headache and the stomach issues, everything was gone. And I cleaned my house and, got the laundry done. And we talked some more about it, about how, yes, there's a possibility that things might not be,
Ready?
but if we have any doubts or thoughts, we'll just come home. And I feel perfectly fine with that. And I thought back to the other night, like I can't remember, a week or so ago, maybe even longer than that, when Sonia was talking about the flooding. Might have been 2 or 3 weeks. She was talking about the flooding and said that she was right there. The creek is right there next to her house. And yet she kept herself so elevated that nothing touched her property. She got no damage whatsoever, no water, no nothing. Whereas everyone around her was experiencing chaos. And I kept thinking,
Heavy loss, yeah.
I kept thinking about Sonia, what Sonia said, and I kept thinking, I got to channel Sonia. I got to be better than that. I can't let this fear debilitate me. And
Yeah.
I've just felt such a peace all day long about it that I'm going to do another very deep meditation again tonight. I have a crystal that I use that's very strong for connecting. And I'm going to meditate again tonight about that and a couple other things. And we're going to leave, Thursday morning early and start on our way to Virginia. It's going to take us 3 days to get there. And we'll stay there for a week in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and then we'll head over to DC. We do know that there's a lot going on in DC right now, but in another week, we don't know what it's going to be like. But we're open. If it looks like there's going to be a problem, we'll just come home,
Yeah.
And I don't think anything's going to happen in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Virginia, obviously. But it's I think it was the DC part that was kind of bothering me.
That was tripping you out, yeah.
Anyway, I can't live like that. I have to manifest higher than that. I have to stay higher. I can't let that. And then, after Robin did my reading, because, I love him so much and I have a lot of respect for him. I also, in my meditations, talked about that with myself. And I know that Robin has some biases toward different things that he and I do not agree on. Even though we love each other dearly, I've always known we've thought differently about some things. And I know that there is a bias that comes through sometimes, and there's a lot of fear that people are putting out there on either side.
Yeah.
I had already come to the conclusion a couple of weeks ago that I wasn't going to worry about it anymore. It doesn't matter either way. It doesn't matter. What matters is where am I going to be? I'm going to be higher than that. I'm going to channel Sonia like every day. I'm going to be Sonia. I'm going to hear her words in my head every day and just go have fun. I'm just going to go have fun. And
There you go.
I'm just not going to let that fear debilitate me. I refuse to let that happen. And so it's hard because I trust him and I love him. But I also know that the energy is what you make it. And I'm going to make my energy different. I'm going to change that energy. I know I can do it. And so I trust myself enough to know I can do it. So I'm just not afraid anymore. I have a huge amount of peace and I feel good about everything now.
So the goodness came out of that reading because you did something that you wouldn't have normally done because of that reading.
Yeah. And I think I was not meant to hear the first part of that reading, or I might have been where Suzanne was. You know what I'm saying? But also going into that live with Suzanne, with the other people that I don't normally spend a lot of time with, they had some very wise words that I listened very carefully to. And they were very similar in ways to what Sonia was talking about. And, she was pretty spazzed out there for a bit. And I kind of fed on that more than I should have, I think.
Yeah.
And I know better. And so I'm gonna do it, and we're gonna see. And if it's not working, we'll just come home. Nothing says we have to stay.
There you go.
But we've paid for everything. We've paid for the whole week in Virginia. We've paid for all the hotels getting there. And then the week at the resort, then we paid for all the hotels on our way to DC and in DC, and then the ones on the way home. And so we'd never get any of our, all of that money back.
No, it'd be just lost money.
And we're just gonna have to. I'm gonna be fine. We're all gonna be
Yes,
fine.
you are.
Everything is gonna be okay.
Who is Sonia, Henry?
Sonia comes on here to Broom's Lives quite a bit, and
Her
Oh,
name
okay,
is
I know who you're
Scott
talking
Raw.
about now. Yeah, I know who you're talking about
Yeah,
now. Yep.
yeah,
yeah,
and
Scott Ross.
she's very grounding and very wise.
Very, very.
And she when Paul started his live tonight, I was in the bathtub and she was talking again about her manifestations, and it was funny because she was saying, "Oh, I don't manifest, I don't know how to manifest," and then she starts talking about all the things she manifested, and we were laughing at her. But I just hearing it again reinforced what I'm thinking now, and I do intend to do another pretty deep meditation tonight beforehand, because I understand the tower broken and upside down, but I also know you can turn that right. You can,
Yes,
and
we have free will, and anything we do can change anything that's been predicted.
right. And if I go with the prediction, then I'm only projecting that onto myself.
Exactly.
But now I have what he told me. I have the information that he told me, that there's a possibility that it could go a different way. And so now my manifestation is going to be projected toward make sure it doesn't go that way.
Exactly.
So that's my rationalization. We talked about it. My husband and I talked about it again today. And I trust him. If he feels for one moment that we aren't safe, we'll be on our way home. So,
Yeah.
we have our free will, and I can't live in fear. I can't.
No, absolutely not.
But I also know that there's times when Robin has, I don't think he does it on purpose at all, but I know that anybody who channels part of their personality into what you're hearing from them. And I literally could hear Robin's perceptions coming out through that reading. I don't know. I talked to Robin about it again today, and we're just gonna see it through. So send me energy, send me love.
Absolutely. Always.
Always.
But that's just what I had to. That's what I had to come to. So it'll be all right. I know it will. It's going to work out.
It'll be good.
And whatever happens.
And y'all will have an enjoyable time.
Yeah.
What is this in the comments about a space conference?
Oh yeah, Batman was supposedly. I saw Batman come in.
Yeah, he came in for a few seconds and he was gone again.
Well, he's been in 2 or 3 times. I had hoped I would catch him, but he supposedly was with us at a conference that we supposedly went to yesterday.
Oh, really?
So I wanted to know a little bit, and what she said was most of us were asleep or half asleep, but he was wide awake. And I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Hear what he had to say. Yeah.
But I guess he didn't stay here long enough to see.
No alien takes you up on this ship without your knowledge.
No. Brim, I want to ask Brim a question.
Uh-huh.
What's my dragon's name? Can he tell me? Or do I have to wait for her to tell me?
Well, I mean, he if he has permission, he can go in and see if she wants to tell me.
See if she will. 'Cause I'm not so good at communicating with her. She's very aggressive. Which brings out my aggression.
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
Mm, I know mine is. She lays low.
A Alykin. AlYkin.
Wow. That's pretty.
That is pretty.
I don't know. That's what it was.
Hmm.
I don't think I've ever really needed my dragon very much, so I haven't really called on her much. She just sort of is there.
Yeah, that's the way mine is. She's just there. And I tried communicating with her the other night, and it was like she gave me a really severe headache. She's very,
I
very
helped
aggressive.
Diane.
Oh, you did?
I helped Diane yesterday with it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I went in Diane. I helped her. She found her. She learned her guide. I helped her with her dragon, and then I helped her with a familiar.
oh,
And I helped her talk to her husband.
oh, that's sweet.
Paul, can you put her name in chat so I can screenshot it?
Yeah.
I don't have a pen that works. I was trying to find a pen that works, and all my pens are dried up.
This is the way I seen it.
I'm-
Ellie.
I'm having a lot of fun with my Bigfoot and my fairies, and I'm just
Yeah.
enjoying them. They're pretty
It's
funny.
either one of these. Because I see both of these names. Hold on.
I got my fairies. They're pretty cool.
It's one of
until
them.
they stole.
Did they go with you, Hubby?
Okay, I think it's the first one. It's
Wow.
I
the
do
first one
too.
sounds right. Alkin.
I'm not
Yes.
officially staying there yet. As of tomorrow, I will be because my internet's not hooked up there yet.
Yeah.
But as of tomorrow, hopefully we'll be there for studying there. But
Hey, Hopi. Guess what?
what?
I'm moving in a month. To a 3-bedroom with a bunch of fairies and magical land.
Do we get to pick our own bedrooms?
What?
Barely.
Hold on,
Someone
let me
shut-
see something here.
There you go.
It sounds like somebody shoved you down a hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was all excited, guys, about my fairies and my fairy tree and all that stuff.
Mm.
Until my bag of greeneries got missing. And everything now is, every once in a while I'm missing something. So they're very mischievous.
Very mischievous.
Mischievous.
Yes, they are very mischievous.
I love them, but they are mischievous for sure.
Absolutely.
My dragon, I only.
Well, I think mine are getting bolder coming into the house, and I'm pretty sure that my Bigfoot came in and got the M&Ms out of the house.
Really?
He said M&Ms.
Right? He came and got them. He came and got the M&Ms out of the house because I didn't have any outside, and so I took him
That's wild.
outside. But yeah, I think he came in and got them out of the jar in the house.
I'm just going to help myself.
Yep.
He's like, oh, honey, I need some more M&Ms. I'll just come get some since you're not home.
They're all over me. The minute I go outside, they're like all over me, right up close to the door, with the lights on. I mean,
If I have fairies
know,
or
man.
Bigfoots or anybody around me, they don't let themselves be known to me.
They are. They're
I have
around, but
something
they
else
don't
too
always
going
let
on.
us know. Mm-hmm.
What?
I got something that's showing up on videos, just the eyes. I have 2 videos with something with eyes in my yard.
wow.
I don't
The
have
eyes
any
look
video
the
cameras.
eyes looks like The eyes look cartoonish, like something I've never seen. Like they look like like they're not real. I don't know how to explain it. And they're from my camera, from my light you just screwed in, that type of camera. I can't mess with the camera or anything. I wouldn't know how to anyways. But I have a on my camera. I have a video, and you hear the guy. It sounds like a guy at the beginning. It's whispering, "Hey you." It says, "Hey you,"
Wow.
and then it sounds like
Oh,
whispering throughout the video. And then at the very end, it cuts off, and there's a pair of eyes in the corner.
I
Wow.
forgot to tell you
And
that.
then hold on. Then the next day, in my yard, there was another pair of eyes right in the middle of the yard, round ones, two round. They looked like two round lights, right in the middle of my yard.
Wow.
It's crazy. And my camera takes pictures, like for no reason. Like it's taking pictures, like something's there.
Well,
And
that
it's
hey
always
you
around the time
thing sounded creepy.
it
Well,
did
it's,
Was it
sound
it's
creepy?
really
creepy, but I
not.
don't know what it was.
It's really not
Hey,
creepy. I mean,
Paul,
sometimes
Huh?
mine look a little
could you
cartoony
put me
too,
full
but
Paul,
screen
what do
real
you
they're
quick?
not
feel about all
creepy.
that? That's what I wanted to ask you, Paul. What did you feel about all that?
Yeah, I
About
want
the
y'all to see this
voice?
picture.
Yeah, in the video.
Y'all see that
Well, the
picture?
voice, I had the same thing about 2 days ago.
Mm.
I was called Master Brim by a male voice on the phone. And when I was talking to
Wow.
Sonia, I was talking to Sonia
That's
on the
wild.
phone, and I was talking to, it looked like Jesus. And then I was,
My mom had the original of that picture.
I was
I got that one
I was
off the
talking to
internet.
Sonia, and I'm like, "Did you hear that male voice?" She's like, "No." I'm like, "Dude, there's a male voice." She's like, "I don't hear anything." I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm freaking out." I'm like, I've never heard a male voice over the phone like that, like a spiritual voice.
Well, mine was like more like a EVP. Yeah, mine was like an EVP because it's
No, this
it
one
was
was deep.
videotaping.
This one, and I go,
No, I was inside my house.
I was thinking we were.
I was inside my house videotaping. I started videotaping outside, and this just appeared out of the blue.
That. Sorry.
You're
and
cutting
then
out,
I
Suzanne.
heard when I was sitting there talking, we were in the middle of talking. I heard Master Brim. I stopped dead. I was like, "What?" And then I heard the girl go,
Well,
"Yeah,
mine
he's Master
sounded
Brim."
like mine says, "Hey you," and then you hear
Oh my! I've had the hey,
like something's talking.
yeah, I've
Yeah.
had the hey
Every
you
end it
too.
goes, at the very end, it's like it cuts itself off, and then there's two lights in the very corner. I mean, two eyeballs in the very corner. And
It
I don't know what
sounds like
their eyes that look like a cartoon eyes or something. They look funny looking. You know, I
I've
don't know how
had
to
the hey
explain
you
the eyes.
too.
Everybody who's seen them is like, "What is that?" You know,
I'll
everybody's
have to look
telling me
at
it's
the
my
video.
ET family or it's my Star family or something. You know, that's what everybody's
Yeah.
telling me, but I don't
You
know.
have it on video? Is it on TikTok?
No, I didn't put it up.
You're
I'll have
muted
to see that
again.
video. That looks like an angel,
I didn't put it up.
Mel.
Yeah, the original photo that my mother had, she got from a friend of hers. My friend and her sister were at a funeral, and they had 4 shots left in the camera, because they were taking shots of the grave. They were at the grave site, and they were taking shots around the sim. She decided to use the last 4 shots just to get some like sky views and tree views and stuff like that. And when they went and had it developed, this was the last picture on the roll.
It looks like an angel.
Mm,
Yeah.
that's me too.
They were thoroughly convinced that he was there to escort the person who passed away. It was a small child, as a matter of fact.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because
So-
That's cool.
if you
Could
look at it,
be
it's not a
easily.
guardian. Now, if you can just look at the outfit, it's not a
Yeah.
it's not a normal angel, because a lot of angels wear armor and stuff. This one's not. So that was a special baby because it's wearing a robe with a rope tied around its waist. So that tells
Yep.
you right there that it was a prophetic baby or a visionary baby or something like that. Because that's what I'm getting from that. It was a very
Like Honey
spiritual
said,
baby.
it was a baby, but it was an old soul
Yeah.
with a
Yeah,
lot of
absolutely.
experience.
Absolutely.
And it has dark hair. It's a dark haired angel.
And from what I understand about angels, is a dark-haired angel is not usual. They're not usual. They don't normally have dark hair.
No.
Angels usually have white, blonde,
I can't hear you.
very light brown.
Where are you? Hopi, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me
looks like
now?
Yeah.
that
We
that
can
looks
hear
like
you.
a dark haired angel.
Has
Yeah.
anybody else had anything weird with like the animals around them? Because
Yeah.
like today I went outside and there's a tree above my neighbor's house, which is where my fairies hang. But anyways, there was like 1,000 and the birds in that tree today. They sounded like they were having a convention, and there was 100 different types, like every different kind of bird
Wow.
you could think of in that tree. They sounded so loud. I recorded it, but it doesn't do it no justice. Okay, hold on
Sonia
a
told me the
second.
same thing. Sonia told me the same thing. She said,
Sonia had the same
she goes,
experience.
yeah, she said something about, she said she was sitting there and they were doing something around the house, and all she could hear was the damn ravens talking back and forth. She said they just kept
Yeah, my
talking.
crows were having a fit today.
She's like, they would not shut up. They would just kept going on more louder than
That's
normal.
not even the craziest. Yes, they were so loud, and then all of a sudden, the weirdest thing about it was this part of it. All of a sudden, every single one of them at once stopped,
Wow.
and it was completely silent. Then 5 minutes later, they started chirping again, and then they'd all of a sudden, all at once, stop. It was like they all stopped at once. They all started up at once. They'd all stop at once. They all started up at once. I got it recorded. It's the craziest. It was the weirdest part was how they all stopped at the same time.
Oh, that's the
I never heard or seen anything like it in my life.
It's weird. I've seen that. That's weird.
Oh, there we go.
I've
Yeah,
seen-
and I like all the
I've had-
birds were coming, they were flying around. I mean, I had woodpeckers and blue jays and the crows and I can't even the chickadees and every kind of bird there was in that tree.
You ever
I
see like the
couldn't
ones in
believe
the
it.
power lines? Do you see like hundreds of little finches and they talking back and forth? I remember that. It was
Yeah.
about 3 months ago.
I
went
have one
outside.
bird. I have one bird that sits up on my wire, and I call him my government bird. And I
Yeah.
always say he's staring at me for information.
And I walked out of the building. I went down to the trash, and I looked, and all three of the power lines were completely full with them. They were going back and forth. And as soon as I came up, I shut up. I threw the stuff in the trash can, and as I went inside, I could hear them start up again. I opened the door, look out, and they stop. I'm like, really? Is that
It's
what we're
like they
doing?
were talking about you. Y'all are going to be talking about me behind my back like that?
I looked up and I said, really? Is that what you're doing? And I heard like 2 or 3 of them chirp when I said it. I'm like, okay. Uh-huh.
There may have been when they congregate like that. Sometimes it's mobbing. Like there may have been an energy there.
What's that mean?
Yeah.
What's that mean? What's that mean?
It means like
What?
if they're all together and they're making a lot of noise, they can confuse the bad thing that's there.
Right. Like they're trying to,
Oh, okay.
So there
yeah.
may have
They were
been
actually
there may
trying
have
to
been,
like protected me.
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely. So there may have been an energy there that they were protecting you from.
I don't know. I
Possible.
don't know what happened with me. It was like they were talking shit about me. I'm like, really?
I'm sorry.
I felt like they were having a big convention up there, Like
When there's that
they were
when there's
talking
that
about something.
many,
These birds.
when there's that
That's
many
what
and
I
they're
felt
all
like.
different kinds, I bet there was some kind of energy there. They were
Yeah.
that
It
made
looked
them
like there were
gather
sparrows
together.
and finches up in the tree when I seen them. Up in the power lines. It looked like, you know how the power lines that go like, I would say about 200 feet on the
Was
whole
it
side
really
of the parking
warm?
lot.
Was it
No, it was
really
kind of
warm?
chilly out. It was kind of chilly out, and there was all three power lines were completely full with them.
But you're
And
different. You
you're
have
like,
Today,
so much
my day was
powerful
pretty
energy.
nice though. It was pretty nice out today. It wasn't that bad out today, but it was
I
a little
remember that
windy.
day though.
I had a little chill too, but not bad. And for my situation today that happened, you know what I mean? But I just thought it was really cool and different, you know.
Absolutely cool.
I felt like the bird was talking trash about me, man. I did.
And then
Hey, you feel
I
like
walked
somebody's
out.
talking trash about
Yeah,
you?
because you walk outside and they get quiet, then you walk back in, they start up again. You walk back out again, they stop again. It's like, what the heck? They're talking
Yeah,
about
That's
me.
funny.
I heard them. As I'm getting to the door, I'm like, oh my god, because I can hear up in my apartment. So I get the trash going out the door, and there wasn't one peep. I walk all the way to the trash can, throw the trash away, walk back into the, start walking back. As soon as I close the door, I open up the
maybe
door
they
and,
felt safe
and I look
around
out.
you.
I open up the door, I look out, and then they stop. I go back in and I look back out, and they stop. And then I look back in, I go back in, I go back out. And then I'm like, really? Is that what we're doing today? And I heard three of them go, chip, 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 chip. I'm like, really? I walked in and said, bird,
Yeah, it was just strange to me that you have 1,000 birds talking for 5 minutes straight, and all of a sudden they all immediately stop at the same time.
creepy.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
wild.
And it
That's
happened
wild.
numerous times. It didn't happen just once. It happened like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. They'd all stop at the same time, and they'd all start at the same time.
Did you see
I was
the
like,
ones
this is
where-
so weird.
This happened to me a lot too. This is happening where you're sitting outside and there's no bird around you, and then all of a sudden they all swarm to a tree and and they're just sitting there. And like
Yes.
they start chirping while you're sitting
Yeah,
there.
but I feed the
That
birds.
happens here.
I feed the birds, so they do that to me often because I feed a lot of them. So,
I don't feed none of the birds.
which I'm sad when I leave. They're gonna be so lost without me, my
And
birdies.
it looks like a black cloud.
They'll follow you.
I didn't say
They
they'll
will follow you, honey. They will follow you.
Oh, they will.
Follow your
Yeah,
energy,
they hope
yeah.
they will follow. They will totally follow you.
Yeah,
You'll
that's what your
How
you'll
do they
see.
know? How do they know?
Your energy.
energy.
Your energy.
Wow. Okay.
I just finished
Yeah, because I love my birds.
and I missed. Who's gonna follow her?
Her birds. The birds that she feeds all the time.
Especially if they're crows or
Oh yeah,
ravens.
crows will definitely. Yeah.
There's a few crows. There's a few crows. There's a few of everything.
If the crows know you, they'll probably follow you depending on how far you go and how fast you drive. I guess. I don't know. Maybe
They'll
she
follow
knows
you.
They'll
it.
follow your energy. It's not.
Maybe your light will be a beacon for them.
Here's something that I noticed. I went to Food Line like 3 days ago. No, not 3 days ago, about a week ago actually. I went to do laundry last week, and I'm walking across the parking lot, and I swear I've never seen a big ass I thought ravens were small. No, this thing was about the size of a cat.
They're big.
They're bigger than
And
crows.
it landed like within like 4 feet of me. It looked at me and went, rah, rah.
Yeah, and they can be extremely aggressive too. Ravens can.
It looked at me.
So your dragon. That's so brown.
Yeah.
It looked at me
Yeah.
and went, rah, rah. And I'm like, what? I was like, what?
It was saying hello.
And then it cocked its head and looked at me.
Antisocial.
It was cocking
Go
its head
outside.
and moving like a robot kind. It looked like a
Say
robot head.
hi.
And it was cocking its head.
Talk nice
outside.
to them.
Could
Go
see your
outside.
dragon.
They're
You
smart.
Go outside. Sorry, I have an old dog
wasn't
that I have
mean
to
to
keep
it. I'm
telling
like-
him to go outside.
I looked at it and I go, what? I wasn't gonna go near it because he had a big ass beak.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near.
But he looked at me and he kept "Ah!" and then like moving his head like sideways and stuff, looking at me. I'm like, okay.
You have to attract everything. I would imagine with your energy, you attract everything.
I don't know why.
Oh my God. I like it. My backyard's 35 feet, right? I have big side yards. My backyard's 35 feet. You know, we have and near a main road, kind of. And every freaking animal there is lives in the backyard. We had to get cameras for back there. And I think it's just the energy. They all. I mean, everything. I was out there when I had before the dog passed away with the dog, and there was a little chipmunk, and you know, we live nice with all the animals.
I'm sorry,
Everything.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Sorry.
We had an owl.
What I'm gonna do
An
is
owl.
when I
I don't
move,
live far from New York City. An
I'm
freaking
gonna get some
owl.
TikTok cameras. I'm gonna get some TikTok cameras, the one with the light bulb. I'm gonna put them on all corners of the
Yeah.
house, and I'm gonna put
Yeah.
it on a
I
computer.
got one. That's what I got, Brim. That's the one where I got the voice and the eyes out of my TikTok camera.
Yeah, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
In
them
my
all
light
in our
socket.
back. We could see
I'm gonna
it.
buy
I mean,
4 of
everything.
them
Box.
and put them on the house.
That's a
I
cool
love it.
So
idea.
I sit
I have
inside and watch this. I can sit inside and watch the sky. You know, when it's cold out, because I'm a sky watcher and it's too cold. I can sit and watch it through the camera. You know. So
That's cool.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
just crazy.
You absolutely have to get cameras. It's amazing what you'll see at night.
Well, I have a security camera in my living room because I was trying to train my dog to not tear up stuff when I wasn't in the room because she's a Siberian Husky and German Shepherd, and she was very destructive
Oh,
when
I
she
want
was a
your dog.
puppy. You can't have her. She's my baby.
I want your dog.
She's got one blue eye. She's got one blue eye and one brown eye.
I want your dog.
Yeah. You can't have her. Brim says he
Oh,
wants you.
husky.
Paul says he wants you. They're hard dog. They're hard huskies and are hard to manage. You have to work a lot with them because, like I
Yeah.
said, she literally ate my leather couch.
She didn't like
I mean,
it. Yeah,
she
didn't like when you
literally
left her, right?
ate. Huh?
She didn't like when you left her.
Oh no, I was home.
Oh,
I was in my room, but I was in my room.
Yeah.
And she was in the living room by herself. And granted, the couch was old and it had, damaged spots because I ran into it with my chair and tore the arm. So the leather was already torn. So she just decided, oh, well, it's already torn. I'll go ahead and rip it. And she
They're very
literally ate one
active.
whole arm off of the couch. Extremely active. And they need
Yeah.
to have lots of distractions.
Yeah,
Lots
they're
of
work
distractions.
dogs. They're work dogs. You have to tire them out.
Well,
I used to have a husky.
I'm going to get her trained to be my service dog.
oh, there you go.
I'm trying to get her on a program, but she has to be. I think they said she has to be 3 years old before they'll take her into the program. Because they want them because of the type of dog she is. Because they have to be settled. Not all rambunctious like they are when they're puppies. Attention span. Let's see the word she said. Their attention span is greater when they're at that age. Let me see if I can show. Let me see if I can show y'all. Daisy, come here.
Aw.
Daisy, come here.
I'm gonna sue your dog.
Let me see. Daisy, come here. Let me turn this off. And
How are
flip
you
this
gonna make
on.
her
I'm a-
TikTok famous?
She don't care.
I'm gonna steal Mel's
Already
dog.
famous. Daisy, May, don't look at the floor because we don't have any flooring on the floor. Daisy, sit. Sit, Missy. And there's my little Chihuahua. This is Daisy.
Oh, you're not sharing.
Oh,
We can't
Oh, I'm
see
sorry.
you.
Now, Daisy May.
Aw.
Hey,
Oh,
Hi,
there she is.
Daisy. Hi, Daisy. Hi, pretty
Yeah, she's
girl.
like, hey, they know my
what else is
name.
she mixed with? What else is she mixed with?
She's
Hi,
German
pretty.
Shepherd and Siberian Husky. And then there's my little
Okay,
Quinn.
that's right. I see the German Shepherd.
And
And
who's
that's
that
my
over
little
there?
old man. That's Quinn. That's my Chihuahua. She's
Hi,
my service dog.
Quinn.
She alerts me to when I have. She's old. She alerts me to when I have a seizure. She's 10 years old. He's 16 years old. This one here, and he's the one I have to tell to go outside because if you don't tell him to go
What's his
outside,
name? The white one?
Dex-
What's the white one's name?
Dexter. That's Dexter.
I got
He's named
4 little
after the serial
Chihuahuas and
killer.
Pomeranians.
He's named after that show this with the guy, serial guy, you know, Dexter.
yeah.
Yeah, he's that guy I'm looking at's really cute.
He's something else. He's a mess. He
Chihuahuas
hasn't got
attacked
any
me when I
teeth.
was
He's
little.
just got like 4 teeth in the front. That's all
Aw.
he's got.
Poor baby.
But he's still pegging along.
Yeah, it's like my
Oh.
mother dog. She has no
Right.
teeth.
Right
Yeah,
now
well,
he's looking at me like, why the hell are we in the living room? I want to go to bed.
How old is Dexter?
Dexter's 16.
Wow.
His mother lived to
Yeah.
be his mother lived to be 22.
Wow.
2 years ago, 3 years ago now.
My Labrador lived to
I
be
saw this lady.
My
She does
Labrador.
lives and she rescues adult special needs or adult dogs, but smaller ones, like our type of dogs, the small ones. And she got one at 18 years old, and the vet told her it probably won't last more than 6 months. The dog's now 22. It's made it 4 years
Some
with
of
her.
them- Some
And
of them
then
little
another
stinkers
one
will
that's really
surprise
sick
you.
too. Yeah, another one she's had. They told her that no more than 6 months to a year, if that. And she's had him now for over 2.5 years. So like that's a little bit of love. It's all what takes sometimes,
they need. Yep.
But some of she takes only seniors and special needs cases. And I think that's so beautiful for that person to do that. You know what I mean?
I think Chihuahuas are evil.
No, they're not. They're so awesome.
I was attacked by Chihuahuas.
See, I'm more nervous of the big ones. It's weird. I've had animals lately. I've had no problem with any animals like growling at me or me being afraid of an animal or anything for years now. But yesterday, for the first time in my years, I don't know what it was. This guy was walking with his dog in Hannaford, and it was a pit bull, and he was a big boy, one of the big pit bulls. And he was walking by me with her, and she was just looking at me like, I don't know, she didn't like me. I'm like, oh my God, I could just sense it. And I went to go walk around, and she's like, I wouldn't even go around her. I told the guy,
that would make
he's
me
like, she's not gonna do, she's not gonna do nothing. I said, no, that's okay.
Famous
I
last
said,
words.
I'll wait, because I said, look, I love animals and she's beautiful, but I respect her enough to give her a space. And then he makes the comment, oh, she really don't do that much. They know people. I said, well, what's that supposed to mean? I'm a good person. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm not negative or anything. I mean, I'm not negative or anything. I absolutely love. But I think she sensed my fear.
Possibly.
Because right away
probably.
I got nervous. I got nervous as soon as she growled. I got nervous. I
Yeah.
wasn't until she growled.
Well, that
when
would
she
make me
growled, I'm
nervous
like,
as all get
oh
out.
no.
Yeah, that would
I
make
got
me
nervous right away. Yeah.
see, I
and
had-
then
I had a
whenever I
dog that
seen
I
her in the store, she
adopted.
kept looking at me. I'm like, no, thank you.
I had a dog that had been abused that we adopted. He was a Australian Shepherd.
Oh, I
Literally
love
attacked.
those.
I had him for 6 years, and one night there was a thunderstorm, and when we were gone, and when we got back, the dogs had been left outside, so they were all soaking wet. So I was drying them off, and I was bringing them in one at a time, drying them off. I brought him in, us drying him off, he started growling at me, and I was like, "Oh, stop being silly. We're not going to do that." And I had the towel in my hand. I went to grab his foot to dry him off. He literally lost his mind on me, tore my wrist up. I had to have 18 stitches in my wrist in 2 different places where he tore my wrist up so bad.
wow.
Yeah. And I now have a
What kind of dog was that?
he was an Australian Shepherd. He was a black and white
yeah.
Australian
Ooh.
Shepherd.
I love shepherds, man, but yeah, they're very protective and very ornery. Here they can be.
Well, I think a female had abused him before because he was really scared of women when we first got him. I mean, he was like terrified of women. He would pee on himself when a woman would walk in the room.
He might have
so
been
I
hurt
think-
with a towel or something.
I
whatever you
think
did.
so. It
So
PTSD
sad.
kind of thing.
God,
Yeah.
so sad. Those
And
poor
but
animals.
he literally lost his mind after that, and we couldn't even. He kept trying to attack me and my daughter, and my daughter's only 16 years old, and I was like, no, we can't have that.
No.
So the
he was
veterinarian
too
said,
far
well,
gone.
yeah, said it could be like rabies, and I was like, well, he's had his shots, and he goes, well, rabies shots they don't prevent, they're a preventative. They don't keep him from getting rabies. They can still get rabies.
But he could
And I was
have
like,
had
really?
distemperament too.
That's
Could have
what
had
he said.
distemperament.
Yeah, that's what the veterinarian said. But we had to have him put down because he was just too volatile. We couldn't rehome him because we didn't want to take a chance on him attacking a child.
He was in misery. You did the right thing.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
miserable. All the rest of our dogs, they all mourned him.
He's in
We
the
all
All
mourn.
Rainbow
right,
Bridge.
I'll have to call it a night.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be up at 9
Did I
o'clock,
get
and
you?
I have to clean this house
Oh, okay.
because I have an
Alrighty.
inspection.
Well, it was nice hanging out with all you. Love to everybody.
Love you
Thank
all.
you. Thank you so
Love
much.
you all. Great
it's always
deal.
a
Great
pleasure.
deal. Absolutely.
Thanks
Well,
for
I'll be
having
here
me, Grim.
Thursday. We'll be here
I'll see
Thursday
you
at
on-
8 o'clock.
See you on Thursday.
I
All
need
right.
another-
See
I
you
need a-
Thursday.
See you Thursday. Have a good night.
Good night. Love and
Sweet
light all.
dreams.
Blessed be.